In a country of mountains which bordered upon the sea lived a rich merchant who had 3 sons. The eldest and the second born were his joy, for they were merchants too, and remained at his side. The youngest, however, caused him much anxiety. Not that this youngest son was bad, but love of the sea and desire for adventure ran like fire in his veins, and he could not bring himself to sit beside his father and his brothers in the counting house. Tired of the constant reproaches of his kinsmen, he turned away one night from his father's house and joined a ship as a common sailor. Dressed in sailor blue, wearing a little cap, a blouse open at the throat, and trousers cut wide at the bottoms, the lad ran away to sail over the sea to foreign lands and isles. And as the years passed, one by one, and brought no tidings of him, his father and his brothers gave him up for lost. Now the king of this country loved gems and precious stones more than anything else in the world. Hidden secretly away in the deep foundations of his castle lay his treasure room. It was circular in shape and built of black marble. Along a curving wall stood hundreds of armed men like statues, at equal distance one from another, holding torches of light. 100 coffers of green stone lay on the floor, at the base of each statue piled high with gems. And night after night, when all was still, the king would descend to the secret chamber, throwing open the jewel chests, and would gaze long and silently into the gleaming mass within. One night, the king led his neighbor, the emperor of the 7 Isles, to the jewel room and showed him his treasures. "These are the most beautiful jewels in the whole wide world," said the king proudly. "Yes, they are indeed noble," replied the emperor, nodding his gray head. "But why is it that the emerald of the sea is not among them? The emerald of the sea is the most glorious jewel in the whole wide world. Years ago, a fisherman of the land of the dawn found it in a chest which a storm had washed into his nets. At the time I was but a young prince. The jewel was hung on a chain and worn as a necklace by the princess of the dawn, and its radiance beamed if the very secret of the sea were hidden in its heart." "Where is this emerald to be found?" asked the king, who was now consumed with the desire to add the jewel to his possessions. "Tell me, that I may at once send an expedition in search of it." "I have not heard of it for many years," replied the emperor, "but I think it is still in the land of the dawn." So great was the king's impatience to become the owner of the emerald of the sea that he could hardly wait for the morning. All night long he slept not a wink, and hardly had the sun risen above the mist lying at the edge of the sea and sky when he sent for the rich merchant to come to the palace at once. Wondering much at the summons, the merchant made haste to the palace and was taken instantly before the king. When the king saw him, he said, "You are the greatest and richest merchant in my dominions. Know then that I have a task only worthy of you. In the land of the dawn, there is a jewel called the Emerald of the Sea. You must find it and purchase it for me. I would give all the gold in my realm to possess it. Be sure that you return with it, for if you fail me, my anger shall strike you down." At these words, the merchant bowed low and promised to sail that very day for the land of the dawn. Then, returning home, he gave orders that the best vessel in all his fleets be immediately prepared for the journey, and so swiftly was this done that the merchant sailed for the land of the dawn on the morning tide. Many days and many leagues he sailed over shining seas, till he reached the harbor of the land of the dawn. Ships were entering and ships were leaving the lovely mountain-circled bay. The merchant anchored his ship in a quiet bay and hastened ashore to find the Lord Treasurer of the kingdom. He found the Lord sitting on a balcony of his castle, which overlooked the sea. Upon hearing the merchant's story, the surprised nobleman said, "You are too late. I sold the Emerald of the Sea only an hour ago to the master of a strange vessel. See, there she is now." And the Lord Treasurer pointed out over the sea to a strange black ship with red sails, which was just then disappearing over the horizon. Thankful that the other ship was still in sight, the merchant hurried back to his own vessel and gave chase. Luckily, there was a full moon that night, by which the shadowy hulk and the swaying masts of the black ship could be seen. All the next day they sailed, but never close to the other vessel did they come. Another night and another day found them no closer. Finally, late in the afternoon of the third day, a great storm came sailing over the edge of the sea. A blast of wind struck the merchant's ship, then a torrent of rain, and when night came, the storm was at its height. When the daylight came again, the other ship had completely disappeared. The merchant sailed here and sailed there, but never a sign of the stranger could he find. At last, with a heavy heart, he gave up the quest and returned to his king with the unfortunate tidings. The king was beside himself with rage and disappointment, scowling as he cried to the merchant, "Because of you, I have lost the finest jewel in the world. If you do not find it within a year, your life and your possessions shall be forfeited to me." On hearing these terrible words, the merchant turned pale, for he knew that the Emerald of the Sea was now lost and it would be impossible to find it. His two sons, however, when they had heard his story, bade him not to despair and declared that they themselves would go forth in the world that very night and to seek the lost emerald. It was finally agreed that only the eldest son should go in search of the jewel, while the second-born should remain at home with his father, and so the eldest son sailed away. The days lengthened into weeks, the weeks into months, the months into a year, yet the eldest son did not return. A guard of soldiers led the unhappy merchant before the king. "Well, have you found the Emerald of the Sea?" asked the king. "No," replied the merchant hopelessly. Now the merchant would certainly have been doomed had not his second son begged and pleaded with the king for a year of respite in which he too might go out into the world to search for the lost emerald. The king at length yielded to the plea, but took 1/2 of the merchant's possessions as a forfeit. And so the second son sailed away. Days lengthened into weeks, weeks lengthened into months, the months into a year, yet the second son did not return. During this time, cruel storms wrecked many of the merchant's ships that he lost the other half of his possessions and was forced to take refuge in a miserable cottage beyond the town. On the last night of the year, the unhappy man sat in his poor house by a fire. Far away, he heard the bells of the royal city sound the midnight hour. Neither the eldest son nor the second-born had returned. The second year of respite was at an end, and nothing now could appease the anger of the king. Suddenly there came a knock on the door. "I am lost," murmured the poor merchant to himself. "The king's soldiers are here." And, advancing unsteadily across the room, he threw the door open wide. A gust of wind blew in, which bent the flame of the taper in his hand, and then across the threshold stepped the youngest son. He was still a sailor and clad in sailor blue, and there was a cutlass in his belt. So shaken with joy was the merchant that for some time he could not utter a word, but merely clung to the strong shoulders of his youngest son. As for the sailor son, he told his father that he had returned from distant lands only that very evening and had just heard of the misfortunes that had overtaken his family. As they talked, steps were heard outside, and then, without waiting to knock, a sergeant of the king's guard forced open the door, and followed by a handful of soldiers, he entered the room and took the merchant and his son prisoners. They spent the night on the straw in the royal dungeons, and in the morning were led before the king. On seeing the merchant, the irate king scowled more angrily than ever, for the loss of the Emerald of the Sea had never ceased from troubling him, and said, "Well, have you found the Emerald of the Sea?" "No," said the poor merchant. "Summon the executioner," cried out the king. And now the poor man would certainly have bade farewell to earth had not the youngest son, like his brothers, interceded with the king. At first, the king would not hear a word of it, but at length he gave ear to the youngest son's prayer and said, "You shall have another year, but know that this year shall be the last. If you do not return with the Emerald of the Sea within 12 months, nothing shall save you. I have spoken." And thus the sailor's son went in search of the emerald. Now the youngest son had a little boat of his own. It was small, and when the wind no longer filled its sails, it could be rowed along, and in this boat the sailor lad began his voyage. From harbor to harbor, from nation to nation he sailed, but never a soul he found who could tell him anything of the strange black ship with the fiery sails or the lost emerald of the sea. Even the people of the land of the dawn could tell him only that the gem had been sold to an unknown prince. A harsh winter came, and in one of the sudden storms, his little boat went ashore on a rocky coast and was soon pounded to pieces by the waves. The sailor thrown into the sea during the wreck was tossed and trampled by the waves, and he reached the shore far more dead than alive. Had it not been for a poor fisherman and his wife, there would have been no more story to tell. But these good people rescued the sailor from the stormy waters and nursed him back to health and strength again. The sailor told the good couple the story of how he had gone into the world to seek the emerald of the sea. "But my poor lad," said the kind fisherman, "the emerald of the sea has vanished forever from mortal eyes." "What? You know of the emerald?" cried the sailor. "Yes, my friend," replied the fisherman. 2 years ago, the Prince of the Unknown Isles sent the finest vessel in his fleet to the land of the dawn to buy the jewel. A beautiful ship was she, with a hull as black as night and sails as red as fire. My brother and I sailed in her crew. The jewel was taken aboard. Our brave ship set sail for the unknown isles. Hardly were we at sea for 3 days when a storm overtook us and sank the vessel. By chance, I was tossed in the water near a floating piece of the broken mast and clung to this until a passing vessel found me. Of all aboard, I alone survived, and now the emerald of the sea lies 40 fathoms deep and never more to be seen but by the creatures of the sea. Hearing this, the brave sailor's heart became like ice. "Nevertheless," he cried, "my friend, I know that what you say is true, yet I must still try to save my father." Hearing this, the fisherman's wife, a quiet, good woman who had had little to say, whispered that it would be in his best interest to consult the Witch of the Sands. "The Witch of the Sands? Who is she, and where can I find her?" cried the sailor. "The Witch of the Sands lives 100 leagues from here. All the mysteries of the waters are in her keeping, and she has an answer for them all. You must go to her and ask her to help you." So the sailor thanked the good fisherman and his wife and set out to walk the 100 leagues to the house of the Witch of the Sands. His path lay along a desolate and lonely shore on whose rocky beaches old wrecks lay rotting. On the 3rd day, just as the sun was setting into the shining waters, the sailor arrived at the witch's dwelling. The witch had made her home in a deserted old ship which a storm of long ago had cast far up the sands. "Good evening, madam," said the sailor in his politest manner as she came out to greet him. "You are the third person who has come here to ask me about the Emerald of the Sea. I know you are the youngest son. Your two brothers, too, have been here to ask me the way under the sea. I told them, but they haven't come back yet. Yes, I can show you, too, the road to under the sea, but do not ask me about the emerald, because I do not know where it is. Now, when you do get to the underwaters, you'll have to hurry back quickly, for the year which the king gave your father is almost gone. Before you can go down into the waters, I shall have to give you an enchanted ring. The path to the city under the sea begins 100 leagues to the north in the high cliffs there. When the tide is low, you'll find the mouth of a great cave. Walk down this cave and down and down and down till you feel water rising around your feet. Then you must put on my ring and then continue to walk ahead. Soon you will see the city shining in the waters. Once there, seek out the king and tell him of your quest. But on no account eat or drink anything offered to you while you are in the underwaters. If you do, you will forget everything of your past life, your father, your quest, and the Emerald of the Sea. Let one drop pass your lips, and you will spend the rest of your life under the waves. Here is the enchanted ring. Put it in your pocket." With these words, the witch took the simple golden ring from a little leather purse and handed it to the youngest son. He put the ring in his pocket, thanked the witch, and set off for the cavern which led to the city under the sea. It did not take the sailor very long to find it. After feeling carefully in his pocket to see if the ring was still safe, the sailor plunged onward into the winding cave. In a short time, the roar of the waves on the beach, which had been loud at the mouth of the cavern, began to fade and grow faint, and the tunnel grew dark and cold. Feeling for the wall of the passage with one hand, the youngest son advanced into the blackness. Down and down and down went the sailor. Then he began to hear the lapping of the wavelets in the darkness, and then a few minutes later he felt himself advancing into deepening water. Then stopping for an instant, he put on the golden ring as instructed by the witch and continued to walk forward. Soon he felt the water rise from his ankles to his waist, and from his waist to his throat. One step more, and the water closed over his head. Once under the waves, the sailor hesitated, uncertain as to which way to turn. Little by little, however, his eyes grew accustomed to the touch of the water, and he saw, lying on the bottom a few feet ahead of him, a small ball glowing with a pale light. Stooping to touch this strange object, the sailor discovered it to be a small sea plant which had anchored itself to a stone. He soon discovered that this light was but one of thousands. Together they formed a long straight line across the level floor of the sea, and the sailor assumed these lights to be signs of the road of the sea world. The sailor advanced along them slowly until he reached the gate of the city under the sea. The sailor walked through the gate and found himself on the main street of the city. Along the broad avenue grew giant sea plants with brown leaves set out in rows like trees upon the land, and through the foliage, which moved heavily in the currents, little fish darted like little birds do through the branches of trees. Many people were walking along the avenue, all dressed the same, wearing tight-fitting clothes made of shining fish scales. The sailor looked into their faces and saw that a broad golden ring encircled the pupils of their eyes. Then suddenly 2 men of the sea with swords of red stone moved through the water, seizing the sailor and hurried him before the king. On a coral throne in a great hall roofed with a high circular dome sat the king. "Welcome," said the king, staring with his golden eyes at both the sailor and the enchanted ring on his finger. "You have come at a fortunate time. This very evening we celebrate the wedding of the second eldest daughter with the mortal who wears the second enchanted ring. Stand here upon the steps of the throne, for they are coming at once. Let the trumpet sound." At this command, 2 youths of the sea lifted huge conch shells to their mouths and sounded them. Great doors to the hall instantly opened wide, and in walked the Sea King's second daughter, hand in hand with a young man in whom the sailor recognized as his second oldest brother. Presently, the conch shells sounded again. "The prince and the princess," cried a voice, and the king leaned over from his throne and whispered in the sailor's ear, "This is my eldest daughter and her husband. They were married just a year ago. The prince is also from the world above and wears the first of the enchanted rings." In entered the eldest princess of the sea, walking by the side of her husband, and in the husband the young sailor beheld his eldest brother. The young sailor stretched out his arms to his brothers. Neither of them remembered him, for while faint and hungry, they had forgotten the warning of the witch and had eaten the food of the underworld. The memory of the world above, the lost emerald, and their father's plight faded away. The conchs sounded a 3rd time. "Now come to the wedding banquet," cried the king. "You shall sit beside my youngest daughter." At that, the sailor lad was hurried into the banquet hall and seated at the royal table beside the king's youngest daughter, and she was the most beautiful of all the 3. Noticing that the youngest son was not eating the food, she said to him, "Why do you refuse to eat the delicious food of the wedding banquet?" "Princess," replied the sailor, "I have come to the underwaters to seek the emerald of the sea, for if I return to my own country without it, my father's life will be forfeited. Would you have me forget?" "But you will never find the emerald of the sea," cried the princess. "Never find the emerald of the sea? "What do you mean?" said the sailor anxiously. "The emerald of the sea has disappeared," continued the little princess, fixing the sailor with her golden eyes. "Years ago it was stolen from my father's treasury by a wicked prince of the underwaters. My father pursued him and overthrew him, but in the struggle the emerald drifted to the shores of the land of the dawn. There it remained till the prince of the unknown isles purchased it and took it away in his black ship. This ship, overcome by a storm, sank, but where it lies we know not. Whoever finds it shall be master of the land under the sea, for the emerald is master of us all. My father will not lift a finger to help you find it. If he knows that you are in search of it, he will force you to eat the food of the underwaters. Say nothing, therefore, of your quest." At these words, the brave sailor's heart sank very low. Mindful of the witch's warning, he made sure not to eat a morsel of the food, yet he knew that hunger would soon bring weakness. Either he must find the emerald at once, or he must abandon all hope of finding it. In the meantime, far away upon the land, the poor merchant whom the king had now cast in prison watched the days pass one by one until the last year had now come to its end. Every morning he would ask for tidings of his sailor son, but there were no good tidings to tell. And now back to the underwaters. The eldest sister said, "We must rid ourselves at once of this newcomer. Do you not see that he is the younger brother of our husbands? I saw him stretch out his arms to them as they passed. If we are not careful, he may lead them away from us. Let us tell our servants to lie in wait for him and deliver us from such a danger." Later that evening, just as the poor sailor was standing by one of the great doors, a dozen rogues in the service of the eldest sister fell upon him, bound him with cords, and dragged him through the water to the royal stables. Now the people of the underwaters, having no horses, had tamed great dolphins to carry them about. 100 of these dolphins were ranged along the side of the stables, and on the fiercest and angriest of them all, the princess's servants tied the sailor. The great fish pulled, rolled, and thrashed his tail, but to no avail, for the poor sailor lad was fastened tightly to his back with a rope of seaweed. Then the creature was released and scurried into the wilds of the underwaters. For half an hour, the fish, frightened at his burden, fled at lightning speed. Then, ceasing his mad flight, he tried again to shake himself free of the sailor. He turned, he leaped, he dived, but all in vain, for the sailor was securely fastened to his back. All that long night he fled. Toward the morning of the next day, however, the sailor managed to work one arm free and draw the cutlass from his waist. With this, he released himself from his bonds and rolled off the fish's back. The great animal, delivered of the weight, shot madly toward the surface, but the sailor tumbled through the waters to the bottom. Weak and hungry, the poor young lad gazed about in the half-gloom and found himself on the lower slopes of a sunken mountain rising from the ocean floor. In no direction could he find a sign of the city under the sea. Hoping, however, to see better from the mountain's top, he decided to climb it. Strange plants and shells lay in the crevices of the weedy rocks. Schools of bright fish fled past him like living arrows, and huge crabs scuttled away as he appeared. Suddenly, lying on her side in a little ravine of the mountain, he saw a ship, the black ship of the Emerald of the Sea. Though very weary and weak, it took the sailor but a moment to clamber aboard and hurry past the broken masts into the captain's cabin. A steady green radiance shone in one corner of the weedy room, and hastening toward it, the sailor found at last the Emerald of the Sea. The box which had enclosed it had rotted away and fallen apart. "Victory!" cried the sailor. "The emerald is mine at last, and I shall save my father." He took the great jewel from the broken box and rested it in the cup of his two hands. How it glowed on his pale flesh! Then, thrusting it into a pocket, he hurried out again to the mountainside. In the world above, it was high noon, and the level rays of the sun beat deep into the green waters. So bright had the slope become that the sailor lad felt sure that he could not be far from the surface of the waves. Moreover, if the mountain top rose above the waters, it would form an island in the upper world. And so, indeed, it was. Climbing on toward the top of the mountain, the sailor first scaled a steep cliff, and at the top of this he found a gentle slope of sand. The sun rays now illumined the water so brightly that the air seemed only a little distance away. The water grew very much warmer. The shore was finally at hand. A few steps more, and the youngest son emerged on the beach of a beautiful isle. Half blinded by the sun, he walked toward the dry land. There he found some delicious fruits growing and a rippling brook of crystal water. He ate and drank, and his strength returned. Himself again, the sailor took the Emerald of the Sea in his hands and cried, "By the power of the Emerald of the Sea, I summon here the two elder princesses of the underwaters and my two brothers, their husbands." There was a sound of far thunder under the clear blue sky, and a moment later 4 heads rose out of the waters, and shaking the salt spray from their eyes, the princesses and the brothers walked through the shallow water to where the sailor was standing. The princesses were very much frightened when they beheld the sailor holding the all-powerful emerald, and falling to their knees, begged him to forgive their misdeeds and to not take away their loved ones. "Be merciful and forgive," said the younger of the sisters. "After all, had we not caused you to be spirited away, you never would have found the emerald." "That is true," said the sailor. "My brothers shall decide for themselves. Break then the spell which binds them to the underwaters. Restore to them their memory of the past, and if then they choose to remain, I shall not try to lead them away. Reverse the spell." "That is easily done," said the elder sister. "Let them but touch the food or drink of the upper world, and their memory will return." In less time than it takes to tell it, the sisters offered the enchanted brothers water from the rivulet. When they took a sip of it, both the brothers became pale as death. Their eyes opened wide, and they stared as strangely as men do when waked from sleep suddenly. Then, seeing their younger brother, they ran to him and threw their arms about him and asked 1,000 questions about their father and the quest of the emerald. The golden-eyed brides watched them with sad faces and finally broke into quiet tears. Imagine their joy when their husbands reassuringly turned to them, telling them to cheer up. Then the sailor and his brothers took counsel as to how the Emerald of the Sea might be brought to the king in time to save their father's life. You can imagine the sailor's horror when he discovered that because of a bad error in the calendars, the life of his father had in fact been forfeited to the king 3 days before. All the 3rd year, the poor man had lain in a small cell in the royal dungeons, waiting anxiously, oh so anxiously, to hear the quick step of the sailor's son on the winding stairs just outside the prison door. But the year came to an end, as you know, without his return. For the 3rd and last time, the castle guards led the poor man before the king. The king had never forgiven the merchant for the loss of the jewel. His anger had only increased with the years, and he was very glad that he could finally take his revenge. "Have you found the Emerald of the Sea?" asked the king harshly. He stood erect on the steps of his judgment seat, arms folded, eyes fixed in a fierce black frown. "No," said the merchant quietly. "Take him away," cried the king. And the merchant was tied hand and foot and then tossed into a little boat without food or drink and sent adrift to die helplessly in the lonely seas. Bound hand and foot, the merchant lay motionless in his little craft and stared up at the blue sky. After some time, a merciful sleep overcame him, and as he slept, the wind arose and swept the little boat along with it. Meanwhile, on the beautiful island, the sailor and his companions, stunned at their discovery, began preparations to return to the underwaters. Just as the twilight fell, the sailor, whose eyes were the keenest, saw a little boat rapidly drifting ashore. The sailor hurried toward it and seized it, and looking in, he uttered a ringing cry. The old merchant lay on the floor of the boat. He still lived, for they could see him gently breathing. Lifting him up tenderly, the 3 sons carried him to the shore, loosened his bonds, and brought him back to life. Now when the merchant was himself again, the sailor, through the power of the emerald, caused the waves to carry a great ship to the island, and on this ship the 3 sons, the 2 princesses, and the old merchant returned to their country. They landed secretly, however, for they knew that the angry king would seize them if he knew of their return. One night, shortly after their return, word was brought to the sailor that the king had heard of the merchant's escape and was sending guards to arrest the merchant and his companions. It was almost midnight when the sailor lad received the warning. Taking the emerald with him, he advanced to a window by the ocean and cried out over the moonlit waters, "Waters of the sea, rise and overwhelm the palace of the king." Now the king's palace stood apart by itself on a tongue of land running far out into the tide, and soon the rising waters were flowing over the marble floors and pouring in through the windows. One by one, the lights in the 1,000 rooms, touched by the waves, hissed, sputtered, and expired. The servants of the palace, one and all, ran away and left the dark castle to its fate. Little by little, the advancing water crept from the walls to the balconies, from the balconies to the towers, and from the foot of the towers to their very tops. Finally, all the moon could see as it shone upon the flood was the flag of the highest turret of all, and finally that too disappeared under the waves. Locked in his secret treasure room, opening the jewel coffers one after the other, the king remained quite ignorant of the disaster. For some time, no sound reached him in his hidden retreat because the door of the treasure room was very thick and strong. Suddenly, he heard behind him the sound of falling water, and turning toward the door, beheld streams of water gushing through the passages between the door and its frame. Horror-struck, he watched the door burst from its locks and hinges, and a roaring cascade of cold seawater came pouring in the room, and a moment later the whole castle crumbled and fell to pieces. Now, when the king had met his fate, the people of the country, who greatly respected the merchant, offered him the crown, but he refused it and instead gave it to his 2 elder sons. Thus it came to pass that the country had 2 kings. Each brother in turn reigned for 6 months of the year and spent the other 6 in the city under the sea. As for the sailor lad, he sailed the sea for many years and finally married a beautiful young woman who he happened to meet on one of his travels. Then, like all sailors, he and his bride went to live in the countryside. His house was built of gray stone with vines of ivy and a beautiful apple orchard beneath its windows, and they all lived happily ever after. There was once a woman who wished very much to have a little child. She went to a fairy and said, "I would very much like to have a little child. Can you tell me where I can find one?" "That can be easily managed," said the fairy. "Here is a barley corn, but it is not the same as those that grow in the farmer's fields. Put it into a flower pot and see what will happen." "Thank you," said the woman, and she paid the fairy and went home to plant it. There it grew into a large flower bud. "It is such a beautiful flower," said the woman, and she kissed the petals, and suddenly the flower opened, and she could see that it was a tulip. But within the flower sat a delicate and graceful little maiden. She was so tiny, barely half as long as a thumb, and they gave her the name Thumbelina. A walnut shell served her for a cradle. Her bed was formed of blue-violet leaves with a rose leaf as a blanket. Here she slept at night, but during the day she amused herself on a table where the woman had placed a bowl full of water. Here Thumbelina floated on a large tulip leaf, which she used as a little boat. She rowed from side to side with 2 oars made of white horsehair. It was such a pretty sight. Thumbelina could also sing so beautifully that nothing like her singing had ever before been heard. One night, while she lay in her pretty bed, a large toad crept through a small hole in the window and leaped right upon the table where she lay sleeping under her rose-leaf quilt. "What a pretty wife this would make for my son," said the toad. And she took the shell in which Thumbelina lay asleep and jumped through the window with it into the garden. The toad lived in a swamp in the garden with her son. When he saw the pretty little maiden in her bed, all he could do was croak 3 times. "Don't speak so loud, or she will wake, and then she might run away," said the mother. "We will place her on one of the water lilies out in the stream. It will be like an island to her. She is so small and cannot escape. And while she is there, we will hurry and prepare the stateroom under the marsh in which you both will live when you're married." Far out in the stream grew a number of water lilies with large green leaves, which seemed to float on top of the water. The toad swam out with the walnut shell to a large green leaf that appeared farther off than the rest. The tiny little maiden woke very early in the morning and began to cry when she saw where she was. She could see nothing but water on every side of the large green leaf and no way of reaching the land. Meanwhile, the old toad was very busy under the marsh. She was preparing the room to make it look pretty for her new daughter-in-law. When she was done, she returned to the water lily with her son. The old toad bowed her head and said, "Here is my son. He will be your husband, and you will live happily together in the marsh by the stream." At that, the mother and son took the little bed and swam away with it, leaving Thumbelina all alone on the green leaf. Thumbelina felt hopeless, and she sat down and wept. She could not bear to think of living with the old toad and having her son as a husband. There were little fishes who swam about in the water beneath the lily pads. They had seen and heard what the toad said, and they lifted their heads above the water to look at the little maiden. As soon as they saw her weeping, they felt very sad for her. So they gathered together in the water around the green stalk that held the leaf where the little maiden stood, and chewed at the root with their teeth. Then the leaf floated down the stream, carrying Thumbelina far away from land. So the leaf floated away farther and farther till it brought her to other lands. A graceful white butterfly constantly fluttered round her and at last alighted on the leaf. The little maiden pleased him, and she was glad of it, for now the toad could not possibly reach her, and the country through which she sailed was beautiful. She took off her sash and tied one end of it round the butterfly, fastening the other end of the ribbon to the leaf, which now glided on much faster than before, taking Thumbelina with it as she stood. Suddenly, a large May-bug flew by. The moment he caught sight of her, he seized her with his claws and flew with her into a tree. The green leaf floated away on the brook, along with the butterfly, for he was fastened to it and could not get away. Oh, how frightened Thumbelina felt when the May-bug flew with her to the tree. She felt sorry for the beautiful white butterfly, for if he could not free himself, he would die of hunger. But the May-bug did not care about this. He seated himself beside her on a large green leaf and gave her some honey from the flowers to eat. After a time, all the May-bugs who lived in the tree came to pay Thumbelina a visit. They stared at her, and then the young lady May-bugs turned up their feelers and said, "She has only 2 legs. How odd that looks." "She has no feelers," said another. "Her waist is quite slim. She is like a human being." "She is quite odd-looking," they all said. The bug who had run away with her believed them when they said she was odd, and he would have nothing more to do with her. He told her she was free to go where she liked, and then he flew down with her from the tree and placed her on a daisy and left. Thumbelina was frightened, alone, and homesick, and she wept. During the whole summer, poor Thumbelina lived quite alone in the forest. With blades of grass, she wove herself a bed and placed it up under a broad leaf to protect herself from the rain. She sucked the honey from the flowers for food and drank the dew from their leaves every morning. So passed away the summer and the autumn, and then came the winter, the long, cold winter. All the birds who had sung to her so sweetly had flown away, and the trees and the flowers had withered. The large leaf that served as a shelter of which she had lived had rolled and shriveled. She felt dreadfully cold, for her clothes were torn. She was so frail and delicate that she was nearly frozen to death. It began to snow too, and the snowflakes were very large because she was so tiny. She wrapped herself around a dry leaf, but it cracked in the middle and could not keep her warm, and she shivered with cold. Near the wood in which she had been living was a large cornfield, but the corn had been cut a long time, and nothing remained but the bare, dry stubble, standing up out of the frozen ground. To her, it was like walking through a large wood. Oh, how she shivered with the cold. She came at last to the door of a field mouse who had a little den under the corn stubble. There the mouse lived in warmth and comfort, with a whole roomful of corn, a kitchen, and a beautiful dining room. Poor Thumbelina, she stood before the door like a poor beggar girl and asked for a small piece of barley corn, for she had not eaten for 2 days. "You poor thing," said the field mouse, for she was very kind. "Come into my warm room and dine with me." She liked Thumbelina, so she said, "You are quite welcome to stay with me all winter if you like, but you must keep my rooms clean and neat and tell me stories, for I would like that very much." And Thumbelina did all that the field mouse asked her and found herself very comfortable. "We shall have a visitor soon," said the field mouse one day. "My neighbor pays me a visit once a week. He is very rich and learned, and his house is 20 times larger than mine, and he wears a beautiful black velvet coat," said the mouse. Thumbelina did not care about this neighbor, for he was a mole. However, he came and paid his visit, dressed in his black velvet coat. He was rich and learned, no doubt, but he always spoke badly of the sun and the pretty flowers because he had never seen them. Thumbelina was obliged to sing to him, and she sang many pretty songs. The mole fell in love with her because she had such a sweet voice. The mole had dug a long passage under the earth, which led from the dwelling of the field mouse to his own, and here the field mouse and Thumbelina had permission to walk whenever they liked. But he warned them not to be alarmed at the sight of a dead bird which lay in the passage. It was a perfect bird with a beak and feathers, and could not have been dead long. It was lying just where the mole had made his passage. The mole took in his mouth a piece of phosphorescent wood, which glittered like fire in the dark, then led them through the long dark passage. When they came to the spot where the dead bird lay, the mole pushed his broad nose through the ceiling so that the earth gave way and the daylight shone into the passage. There in the middle of the floor lay a swallow, his beautiful wings pulled close to his sides, his feet drawn up under his feathers. The poor bird had evidently died of the cold. It made little Thumbelina very sad to see it. She loved the little birds very much, for all the summer long they had sung for her so beautifully. But the mole pushed the bird aside with his crooked legs and said, "He will sing no more now. How miserable it must be to be born a little bird." "Yes, so true," exclaimed the field mouse. Thumbelina said nothing, but when the 2 others had turned their backs upon the bird, she stooped down and stroked aside the soft feathers which covered his head and kissed the closed eyelids. "Perhaps this was the one who sang to me so sweetly in the summer," she said. "And how much pleasure it gave me, you dear pretty bird." The mole now closed back up the hole through which the daylight shone, and then accompanied the ladies home. During the night, Thumbelina could not sleep, so she got out of bed and wove a large, beautiful carpet of hay. She carried it to the dead bird and spread it over him, along with some down from flowers she had found in the field mouse's room. It was soft as wool, and she spread it on either side of the bird so that he may lie warmly on the cold earth. "Farewell, pretty little bird," said she. "Farewell. Thank you for your delightful singing during the summer when all the trees were green and the sun shone upon us." Then she laid her head on the bird's breast, but she was alarmed, for it seemed as if something inside the bird went thump, thump. It was the bird's heart. He was not really dead, only benumbed with the cold, and the warmth had restored him to life. You see, in autumn, all the swallows fly away to warm countries, but if one happens to linger, the bird becomes chilled and falls down as if dead. Thumbelina trembled very much. She was quite frightened, for the bird was very large compared to herself, who was only an inch high. But she took courage, laid the wool more thickly over the poor swallow. Then she took a leaf which she had used as her own bedspread and laid it over his head. The next night she again stole out to see him. He was alive, but very weak. He could only open his eyes for a moment to look at Thumbelina. "Thank you, pretty little maiden," said the sick swallow. "I have been warmed so nicely that I will soon regain my strength and be able to fly again in the warm sunshine." "Oh," said she, "it is winter, and it is very cold with snow and ice. Stay in your warm bed, and I will take care of you." She brought the swallow some water in a flower leaf, and after he had a drink, he told her that he had wounded one of his wings in a thorn bush and could not fly as fast as the others, who were soon far away on their journey to warm countries. At last he had fallen to the earth and could remember nothing more, nor how he came to be where she had found him. All winter the swallow remained underground, and Thumbelina nursed him with care and love. She did not tell either the mole or the field mouse anything about it, for they did not like swallows. Very soon springtime came, and the sun warmed the earth. Then the swallow bade farewell to Thumbelina, and she opened the hole in the ceiling which the mole had made. The sun shone upon them so beautifully that the swallow asked her if she would go with him. She could sit on his back, and he would fly away with her into the green woods. Thumbelina knew it would grieve the field mouse if she left, so she said, "No, I cannot." "Farewell, then. Farewell, you good little maiden," said the swallow, and he flew out into the sunshine. Thumbelina looked after him, and the tears rose in her eyes. She was very fond of the poor swallow. She could hear his cheery song as he flew out into the green woods, and she felt very sad. She was not allowed to go out into the warm sunshine. The corn which had been sowed in the field over the house of the field mouse had now grown high up into the air and formed a thick wood to Thumbelina, who was only an inch in height. "You are going to be married, little one," said the field mouse. "My neighbor has asked for you. What good fortune for a young maiden like you. Now we will prepare your wedding clothes." Thumbelina had to turn the spindle, and the field mouse weaved all day and night. Every evening the mole visited her and was always speaking of the time when the summer would be over and then they would marry. You see, they needed to wait because the heat of the sun was too great for the mole. As soon as the summer was over, the wedding would take place. Thumbelina was not happy, for she did not like the mole. Every morning when the sun rose, and every evening when it went down, she would creep out to the door, and as the wind blew aside the ears of the corn, she could see the blue sky. She thought how beautiful and bright it seemed out there, and she wished so much to see her dear friend the swallow again. Yet he never returned, for by this time he had flown far away into the lovely green forest. When autumn arrived, her outfit was ready, and the field mouse said to her, "In 4 weeks the wedding will take place." Then she cried and said she would not marry the mole. "Nonsense," replied the field mouse. "Now don't be stubborn, for he is a very handsome mole. His kitchens and cellars are quite full. You ought to be very grateful for such good fortune." So the wedding day was fixed. The little maiden was very unhappy at the thought of saying farewell to the beautiful sun. The field mouse had given her permission to stand at the door one last time, and she went to look at it once more. "Farewell, bright sun," she cried, stretching out her arm towards it. And then she walked a short distance from the house, for the corn had been cut and only the dry stubble remained in the fields. "Farewell," she repeated. Just then she heard a familiar bird song in the distance, and when she looked up, there was the swallow flying close by. As soon as he spied Thumbelina, he was delighted. She told him how unwilling she was to marry the mole, and as she told him, she wept. "The cold winter is coming," said the swallow, "and I am going to fly away to warmer countries. Will you come with me? You can sit on my back and fasten yourself with your sash. Then we can fly away from the mole and his gloomy rooms, far away, over the mountains where the sun shines more brightly than here, where it is always summer. Fly now with me, dear little one. You saved my life when I lay frozen. Now let me save yours." "Yes, I will go with you," said Thumbelina, and she seated herself on the bird's back with her feet on his outstretched wings and tied herself to one of his strongest feathers with her sash. The swallow rose in the air and flew over forest and over sea, high above the highest mountains covered with snow. Thumbelina would have been frozen in the cold air, but she crept under the bird's warm feathers, keeping her little head uncovered so that she might admire the beautiful lands over which they passed. At length, they reached the warm countries where the sun shines brightly and the sky seems so much higher above the earth. Here by the hedges grew purple and white grapes. Lemons and oranges hung from trees in the fields, and the air was fragrant with orange blossoms. Beautiful children ran along the country lanes, playing with large butterflies. As the swallow flew farther and farther, every place appeared still more lovely. At last, they came to a crystal blue lake, and by the side of it, shaded by trees of the deepest green, stood a palace of dazzling white marble built in the olden times. Vines clustered round its lofty pillars, and at the top were many swallows' nests. One of these was the home of the swallow. "This is my house," said the swallow, "but it is not good for you to live here because you would not be comfortable. You must choose for yourself one of those lovely flowers, and I will put you down upon it, and then you shall have everything that you wish to make you happy." "That will be delightful," she said, and clapped her little hands for joy. A large marble pillar lay on the ground, which, in falling, had been broken into 3 pieces. Between these pieces grew the most beautiful large white flowers, so the swallow flew down with Thumbelina and placed her on one of the broad leaves. But how surprised she was to see in the middle of the flower a tiny little man, as white and transparent as if he had been made of crystal. He had a gold crown on his head and delicate wings at his shoulders, and was not much larger than was she herself. He was the angel of the flower. In this country, a tiny man and a tiny woman live in every flower, and this was the king of them all. "Oh, how handsome he is," whispered Thumbelina to the swallow. The little prince was at first quite frightened at the bird, who was like a giant compared to such a delicate little creature as himself. But when he saw Thumbelina, he was delighted and thought her the prettiest little maiden he had ever seen. He took the gold crown from his head and placed it on hers, and asked her if she would be his wife and queen of all the flowers. She said yes to the young prince. Then all the flowers opened, and out of each came a little lady or a tiny lord, all so pretty and delicate. Each of them brought Thumbelina a present, but the best gift was a pair of beautiful wings which had belonged to a large white butterfly, and they fastened them to Thumbelina's shoulders so that she too might fly from flower to flower. Then there was much rejoicing. The little swallow who sat above them in his nest was asked to sing a wedding song, in which he did. But he felt sad, for he was very fond of Thumbelina and wished to never part from her again. "Farewell," said the swallow with a heavy heart, as he left the warm countries to fly back to Denmark. There he had a nest over the window of a house in which lived the writer of fairy tales. The swallow sang, "Tweet, tweet," and from his song came the whole story. Once upon a time, in a very far-off country, there lived a merchant who had been so fortunate in all his undertakings that he was enormously rich. As he had, however, 6 sons and 6 daughters, he found it was not too much to let them all have everything they fancied, as they were accustomed to do. But one day, a most unexpected misfortune befell them. Their house caught fire and was speedily burnt to the ground, with all the splendid furniture, the books, pictures, gold, silver, and precious goods it contained. And this was only the beginning of their troubles. Their father, who had until this moment prospered in all ways, suddenly lost every ship he had upon the sea, either by dint of pirates, shipwreck, or fire. Then he heard that his clerks in distant countries, whom he trusted entirely, had proved unfaithful, and at last, from great wealth, he fell into the direst poverty. All that he had left was a little house in a desolate place at least 100 leagues from the town in which he had lived, and to this he was forced to retreat with his children, who were in despair at the idea of leading such a different life. Indeed, the daughters at first hoped that their friends, who had been numerous while they were rich, would insist on their staying in their houses now they no longer possessed one. But they soon found that they were left alone, and that their former friends even attributed their misfortunes to their own extravagance and showed no intention of offering them any help. So nothing was left for them but to take their departure to the cottage, which stood in the midst of a dark forest and seemed to be the most dismal place upon the face of the earth. As they were too poor to have any servants, the girls had to work hard like peasants, and the sons, for their part, cultivated the fields to earn their living. Roughly clothed and living in the simplest way, the girls regretted unceasingly the luxuries and amusements of their former life. Only the youngest tried to be brave and cheerful. She had been as sad as anyone when misfortune overtook her father, but soon recovering her natural cheerfulness, she set to work to make the best of things, to amuse her father and brothers as well as she could, and to try to persuade her sisters to join her in dancing and singing. But they would do nothing of the sort, and because she was not as doleful as themselves, they declared that this miserable life was all she was fit for. But she was far prettier and smarter. Indeed, she was so lovely that she was always called Beauty. After 2 years, when they were all beginning to get used to their new life, something happened to disturb their tranquility. Their father received the news that one of his ships, which he had believed to be lost, had come safely into port with a rich cargo. All the sons and daughters at once thought that their poverty was at an end and wanted to set out directly for the town. But their father, who was more prudent, begged them to wait a little, determined to go himself first to make inquiries. Only the youngest daughter had any doubt that they would soon again be as rich as they were before, or at least rich enough to live comfortably in some town where they would find amusement and companions once more. So they all loaded their father with commissions for jewels and dresses, which it would have taken a fortune to buy. Only Beauty, feeling sure that it was of no use, did not ask for anything. Her father, noticing her silence, said, "And what shall I bring you, Beauty?" "The only thing I wish for is to see you come home safely," she answered. But this only vexed her sisters, who fancied she was blaming them for having asked for such costly things. Her father, however, was pleased, but as he thought that at her age she certainly ought to like pretty presents, he told her to choose something. "Well, dear father," she said, "as you insist upon it, I beg that you will bring me a rose. I have not seen one since we came here, and I love them so much." So the merchant set out and reached the town as quickly as possible, but only to find that his former companions, believing him to be dead, had divided between them the goods which the ship had brought, and after 6 months of trouble and expense, he found himself as poor as when he started, having been able to recover only just enough to pay the cost of the journey. To make matters worse, he was obliged to leave the town in the most terrible weather, so that by the time he was within a few leagues of his home, he was almost exhausted with cold and fatigue. Though he knew it would take some hours to get through the forest, he was so anxious to be at his journey's end that he resolved to go on, but night overtook him, and the deep snow and bitter frost made it impossible for his horse to carry him any further. Not a house was to be seen. The only shelter he could get was the hollow trunk of a great tree, and there he crouched all the night, which seemed to him the longest he had ever known. In spite of his weariness, the howling of the wolves kept him awake, and even when at last the day broke, he was not much better off, for the falling snow had covered up every path, and he did not know which way to turn. At length he made out some sort of track, and though at the beginning it was so rough and slippery that he fell down more than once, it presently became easier and led him into an avenue of trees which ended in a pleasant castle. It seemed to the merchant very strange that no snow had fallen in the avenue, which was entirely composed of orange trees covered with flowers and fruit. When he reached the first court of the castle, he saw before him a flight of steps and went up them, and passed through several splendidly furnished rooms. The pleasant warmth of the air revived him, and he felt very hungry, but there seemed to be nobody in all this vast and splendid palace whom he could ask to give him something to eat. Deep silence reigned everywhere, and at last, tired of roaming through empty rooms and galleries, he stopped in a room smaller than the rest, where a clear fire was burning and a couch was drawn up closely to it. Thinking that this must be prepared for someone who was expected, he sat down to wait till he should come, and very soon fell into a sweet sleep. When his extreme hunger wakened him after several hours, he was still alone, but a little table upon which was a good dinner had been drawn up close to him, and as he had eaten nothing for 24 hours, he lost no time in beginning his meal, hoping that he might soon have an opportunity of thanking his considerate entertainer, whoever it might be. But no one appeared, and even after another long sleep, from which he awoke completely refreshed, there was no sign of anybody. Being naturally timid, the silence began to terrify him, and he resolved to search once more through all the rooms, but it was of no use. Not even a servant was to be seen. There was no sign of life in the palace. He began to wonder what he should do, and to amuse himself by pretending that all the treasures he saw were his own, and considering how he would divide them among his children. Then he went down into the garden, and though it was winter everywhere else, here the sun shone, and the birds sang, and the flowers bloomed, and the air was soft and sweet. The merchant, in ecstasy with all he saw and heard, said to himself, "All this must be meant for me. I will go this minute and bring my children to share all these delights." In spite of being so cold and weary when he reached the castle, he had taken his horse to the stable and fed it. Now he thought he would saddle it for his homeward journey, and he turned down the path which led to the stable. The path had a hedge of roses on each side of it, and the merchant thought he had never seen or smelled such exquisite flowers. They reminded him of his promise to Beauty, and he stopped and just gathered one to take to her when he was startled by a strange noise behind him. Turning round, he saw a frightful beast, which seemed to be very angry and said in a terrible voice, "Who told you that you might gather my roses? Was it not enough that I allowed you to be in my palace and was kind to you? This is the way you show your gratitude, by stealing my flowers? But your insolence shall not go unpunished." The merchant, terrified by these furious words, dropped the fatal rose, and throwing himself on his knees, cried, "Pardon me, noble sir. I'm truly grateful to you for your hospitality, which was so magnificent that I could not imagine that you would be offended by my taking such a little thing as a rose." But the beast's anger was not lessened by his speech. "You are very ready with excuses and flattery," he cried, "but that will not save you from the death you deserve." "Alas," thought the merchant, "if my daughter could only know what danger her rose has brought me into." And in despair, he began to tell the beast all his misfortunes and the reason of his journey, not forgetting to mention Beauty's request. "A king's ransom would hardly have procured all that my other daughters asked," he said, "but I thought that I might at least take Beauty her rose. I beg you to forgive me, for you see I meant no harm." The beast considered for a moment, and then he said in a less furious tone, "I will forgive you on one condition. That is, that you will give me one of your daughters." "Ah," cried the merchant, "if I were cruel enough to buy my own life at the expense of one of my children's, what excuse could I invent to bring her here?" "No excuse would be necessary," answered the beast. "If she comes at all, she must come willingly. On no other condition will I have her. See if any one of them is courageous enough and loves you well enough to come and save your life. You seem to be an honest man, so I will trust you to go home. I give you a month to see if either of your daughters will come back with you and stay here to let you go free. If neither of them is willing, you must come alone, for then you will belong to me. And do not imagine that you can hide from me, for if you fail to keep your word, I will come and fetch you." The merchant accepted his proposal, though he did not really think any of his daughters could be persuaded to come. He promised to return at the time appointed, and then, anxious to escape from the presence of the beast, he asked permission to set off at once. But the beast answered that he could not go until the next day. "Then you will find a horse ready for you," he said. "Now go and eat your supper and await my orders." The poor merchant, more dead than alive, went back to his room, where the most delicious supper was already served on the little table which was drawn up before a blazing fire. But he was too terrified to eat and only tasted a few of the dishes for fear the beast should be angry if he did not obey his orders. When he had finished, he heard a great noise in the next room, which he knew meant that the beast was coming. As he could do nothing to escape his visit, the only thing that remained was to seem as little afraid as possible. So when the beast appeared and asked roughly if he had supped well, the merchant answered humbly that he had. Then the beast warned him to remember their agreement and to prepare his daughter exactly for what she had to expect. "Do not get up tomorrow," he added, "until you see the sun and hear a golden bell ring. Then you will find your breakfast waiting for you here, and the horse you are to ride will be ready in the courtyard. He will also bring you back again when you come with your daughter a month hence. Farewell. Take a rose to Beauty and remember your promise." The merchant was only too glad when the beast went away, and though he could not sleep for sadness, he lay down until the sun rose. Then, after a hasty breakfast, he went to gather Beauty's rose and mounted his horse, which carried him off so swiftly that in an instant he had lost sight of the palace, and he was still wrapped in gloomy thoughts when it stopped before the door of the cottage. His sons and daughters, who had been very uneasy at his long absence, rushed to meet him, eager to know the result of his journey, which, seeing him mounted upon a splendid horse and wrapped in a rich mantle, they supposed to be favorable. He hid the truth from them at first, only saying sadly to Beauty as he gave her the rose, "Here is what you asked me to bring you. You little know what it has cost." But this excited their curiosity so greatly that presently he told them his adventures from beginning to end, and then they were all very unhappy. The girls lamented loudly over their lost hopes, and the sons declared that their father should not return to this terrible castle, and began to make plans for killing the beast if he should come to fetch him. But he reminded them that he had promised to go back. Then the girls were very angry with Beauty and said it was all her fault, and that if she had asked for something sensible, this would never have happened, and complained bitterly that they should have to suffer for her folly. Poor Beauty, much distressed, said to them, "I have indeed caused this misfortune, but I assure you I did it innocently. Who could have guessed that to ask for a rose in the middle of summer would cause so much misery? But as I did the mischief, it is only just that I should suffer for it. I will therefore go back with my father to keep his promise." At first nobody would hear of this arrangement, and her father and brothers, who loved her dearly, declared that nothing should make them let her go. But Beauty was firm. As the time drew near, she divided all her little possessions between her sisters and said goodbye to everything she loved. And when the fatal day came, she encouraged and cheered her father as they mounted together the horse which had brought him back. It seemed to fly rather than gallop, but so smoothly that Beauty was not frightened. Indeed, she would have enjoyed the journey if she had not feared what might happen to her at the end of it. Her father still tried to persuade her to go back, but in vain. While they were talking, the night fell, and then, to their great surprise, wonderful colored lights began to shine in all directions, and splendid fireworks blazed out before them. All the forest was illuminated by them, and even felt pleasantly warm, though it had been bitterly cold before. This lasted until they reached the avenue of orange trees, where were statues holding flaming torches, and when they got nearer to the palace, they saw that it was illuminated from the roof to the ground, and music sounded softly from the courtyard. The horse stopped at the foot of the flight of steps leading to the terrace, and when they had dismounted, her father led her to the little room he had been in before, where they found a splendid fire burning and the table daintily spread with a delicious supper. The merchant knew that this was meant for them, and Beauty, who was rather less frightened now that she had passed through so many rooms and seeing nothing of the beast, was quite willing to begin, for her long ride had made her very hungry. But they had hardly finished their meal when the noise of the beast's footsteps was heard approaching, and Beauty clung to her father in terror, which became all the greater when she saw how frightened he was. But when the beast really appeared, though she trembled at the sight of him, she made a great effort to hide her terror and saluted him respectfully. This evidently pleased the beast. After looking at her, he said, in a tone that might have struck terror in the boldest heart, though he did not seem to be angry, "Good evening, old man." "Good evening, Beauty." The merchant was too terrified to reply, but Beauty answered sweetly, "Good evening, beast." "Have you come willingly?" asked the beast. "Will you be content to stay here when your father goes away?" Beauty answered bravely that she was quite prepared to stay. "I am pleased with you," said the beast. "As you have come of your own accord, you may stay. As for you, old man," he added, turning to the merchant, "at sunrise tomorrow you will take your departure. When the bell rings, get up quickly and eat your breakfast, and you will find the same horse waiting to take you home. But remember that you must never expect to see my palace again." Then turning to Beauty, he said, "Take your father into the next room and help him to choose everything you think your brothers and sisters would like to have. You will find 2 traveling trunks there. Fill them as full as you can. It is only just that you should send them something very precious as a remembrance of yourself." Then he went away after saying, "Goodbye, Beauty. Goodbye, old man." And though Beauty was beginning to think with great dismay of her father's departure, she was afraid to disobey the beast's orders, and they went into the next room, which had shelves and cupboards all round it. They were greatly surprised at the riches it contained. There were splendid dresses fit for a queen, with all the ornaments that were to be worn with them, and when Beauty opened the cupboards, she was quite dazzled by the gorgeous jewels that lay in heaps upon every shelf. After choosing a vast quantity, which she divided between her sisters, for she had made a heap of the wonderful dresses for each of them, she opened the last chest, which was full of gold. "I think, father," she said, "that as the gold will be more useful to you, we had better take out the other things again and fill the trunks with it." So they did this, but the more they put in, the more room there seemed to be, and at last they put back all the jewels and dresses they had taken out, and Beauty even added as many more of the jewels as she could carry at once. And then the trunks were not too full, but they were so heavy that an elephant could not have carried them. "The beast was mocking us," cried the merchant. "He must have pretended to give us all these things, knowing that I could not carry them away." "Let us wait and see," answered Beauty. "I cannot believe that he meant to deceive us. All we can do is to fasten them up and leave them ready." So they did this and returned to the little room where to their astonishment they found breakfast ready. The merchant ate his with a good appetite, and the beast's generosity made him believe that he might perhaps venture to come back soon and see Beauty. But she felt sure that her father was leaving her forever, so she was very sad when the bell rang sharply for the second time and warned them that the time had come for them to part. They went down to the courtyard where 2 horses were waiting, one loaded with the 2 trunks, the other for him to ride. They were pawing the ground in their impatience to start, and the merchant was forced to bid Beauty a hasty farewell, and as soon as he was mounted, he went off at such a pace that she lost sight of him in an instant. Then Beauty began to cry and wandered sadly back to her room, but she soon found that she was very sleepy, and as she had nothing better to do, she lay down and instantly fell asleep. And then she dreamed that she was walking by a brook bordered with trees and lamenting her sad fate, when a young prince, more handsome than anyone she'd ever seen, and with a voice that went straight to her heart, came and said to her, "Ah, Beauty, you are not so unfortunate as you suppose. Here you will be rewarded for all you have suffered elsewhere. Your every wish shall be gratified. Only try to find me out, no matter how I may be disguised, as I love you dearly, and in making me happy, you will find your own happiness. Be as true-hearted as you are beautiful, and we shall have nothing left to wish for." "What can I do, Prince, to make you happy?" said Beauty. "Only be grateful," he answered, "and do not trust your eyes. And above all, do not desert me until you have saved me from my cruel misery." After this, she thought she found herself in a room with a stately and beautiful lady who said to her, "Dear Beauty, try not to regret all you have left behind you, for you are destined to a better fate. Only do not let yourself be deceived by appearances." Beauty found her dreams so interesting that she was in no hurry to awake, but presently the clock roused her by calling her name softly 12 times. And then she got up and found her dressing table set out with everything she could possibly want, and when she was finished, she found dinner waiting in the room next to hers. But dinner does not take very long when you are all by yourself, and very soon she sat down cozily in the corner of a sofa and began to think about the charming prince she had seen in her dream. "He said I could make him happy," said Beauty to herself. "It seems, then, that this horrible beast keeps him a prisoner. How can I set him free? I wonder why they both told me not to trust appearances. I don't understand it. But after all, it was only a dream, so why should I trouble myself about it? I had better go and find something to do to amuse myself." So she got up and began to explore some of the many rooms of the palace. The first she entered was lined with mirrors, and Beauty saw herself reflected on every side and thought she had never seen such a charming room. Then a bracelet, which was hanging from a chandelier, caught her eye, and on taking it down, she was greatly surprised to find that it held a portrait of her unknown admirer, just as she had seen him in her dream. With great delight, she slipped the bracelet on her arm and went on into a gallery of pictures, where she soon found a portrait of the same handsome prince, as large as life, and so well painted that as she studied it, he seemed to smile kindly at her. Tearing herself away from the portrait at last, she passed through into a room which contained every musical instrument under the sun, and here she amused herself for a long while in trying some of them and singing until she was tired. The next room was a library, and she saw everything she had ever wanted to read, as well as everything she had read, and it seemed to her that a whole lifetime would not be enough to even read the names of the books. There were so many. By this time, it was growing dusk, and wax candles in diamond and ruby candlesticks were beginning to light themselves in every room. Beauty found her supper served just at the time she preferred to have it, but she did not see anyone or hear a sound. And though her father had warned her that she would be alone, she began to find it rather dull. But presently she heard the beast coming, and wondered fearfully if he meant to eat her up now. However, as he did not seem at all ferocious, and only said gruffly, "Good evening, Beauty," she answered cheerfully and managed to conceal her terror. Then the beast asked her how she had been amusing herself, and she told him all the rooms she had seen. Then he asked if she thought she could be happy in his palace, and Beauty answered that everything was so beautiful that she would be very hard to please if she could not be happy. And after about an hour's talk, Beauty began to think that the beast was not nearly so terrible as she had supposed at first. Then he got up to leave her and said in his gruff voice, "Do you love me, Beauty? Will you marry me?" "Oh, what shall I say?" cried Beauty, for she was afraid to make the beast angry by refusing. "Say yes or no without fear," he replied. "Oh, no," said Beauty hastily. "Very well. Good night, Beauty," he said. And she answered, "Good night, beast," very glad to find that her refusal had not provoked him. And after he was gone, she was very soon in bed and asleep and dreaming of her unknown prince. She thought he came and said to her, "Ah, Beauty, why are you so unkind to me? I fear I am fated to be unhappy for many a long day still." And then her dreams changed, but the charming prince figured in them all. This morning she decided to amuse herself in the garden, for the sun shone and all the fountains were playing, but she was astonished to find that every place was familiar to her, and presently she came to the brook where the myrtle trees were growing where she had first met the prince in her dream, and that made her think more than ever that he must be kept a prisoner by the beast. When she was tired, she went back to the palace and found a new room full of materials for every kind of work, ribbons to make into bows and silks to work into flowers. Then there was an aviary full of rare birds, which were so tame that they flew to Beauty as soon as they saw her and perched upon her shoulders and her head. "Pretty little creatures," she said, "how I wish that your cage was nearer to my room, that I may often hear you sing." So saying, she opened a door and found to her delight that it led into her own room, though she had thought it was quite the other side of the palace. There were more birds in a room farther on, parrots and cockatoos that could talk, and they greeted Beauty by name. Indeed, she found them so entertaining that she took one or two back to her room, and they talked to her while she was at supper, after which the beast paid her his usual visit and asked her the same questions as before, and then with a gruff good night he took his departure, and Beauty went to bed to dream of her mysterious prince. The days passed swiftly, in different amusements, and after a while, Beauty found out another strange thing in the palace, which often pleased her when she was tired of being alone. There was one room which she had not noticed particularly. It was empty, except that under each of the windows stood a very comfortable chair, and the first time she had looked out of the window, it had seemed to her that a black curtain prevented her from seeing anything outside. But the second time she went into the room, happening to be tired, she sat down in one of the chairs, when instantly the curtain was rolled aside, and a most amusing pantomime was acted before her. There were dances and colored lights and music and pretty dresses, and it was all so cheerful that Beauty was in ecstasy. After that, she tried the other 7 windows in turn, and there was some new and surprising entertainment to be seen from each of them, so that Beauty never could feel lonely anymore. Every evening after supper, the Beast came to see her, and always before saying goodnight asked her in his terrible voice, "Beauty, will you marry me?" And it seemed to Beauty, now she understood him better, that when she said, "No, Beast," he went away quite sad. But her happy dreams of the handsome young prince soon made her forget the poor Beast, and the only thing that at all disturbed her was to be constantly told to distrust appearances, to let her heart guide her and not her eyes, and many other equally perplexing things which, consider as she would, she could not understand. So everything went on for a long time, until at last, happy as she was, Beauty began to long for the sight of her father and her brothers and sisters, and one night, seeing her look very sad, the Beast asked her what was the matter. Beauty had quite ceased to be afraid of him. Now she knew that he was really gentle in spite of his ferocious looks and his dreadful voice. So she answered that she was longing to see her home once more. Upon hearing this, the Beast seemed sadly distressed and cried miserably, "Ah, Beauty, have you the heart to desert an unhappy beast like this? What more do you want to make you happy? Is it because you hate me that you want to escape?" "No, dear Beast," answered Beauty softly. "I do not hate you, and I should be very sorry never to see you any more, but I long to see my father again. Only let me go for 2 months, and I promise to come back to you and stay for the rest of my life." The Beast, who had been sighing dolefully while she spoke, now replied, "I cannot refuse you anything you ask, even though it should cost me my life. Take the 4 boxes you will find in the room next to your own, and fill them with everything you wish to take with you. But remember your promise and come back when the 2 months are over, for if you do not come in good time, you will find your faithful Beast dead. You will not need any chariot to bring you back. Only say goodbye to all your brothers and sisters the night before you come away, and when you have gone to bed, turn this ring round upon your finger and say firmly, 'I wish to go back to my palace and see my Beast again.' Good night, Beauty. Fear nothing, sleep peacefully, and before long you shall see your father once more." As soon as Beauty was alone, she hastened to fill the boxes with all the rare, precious things she saw about her, and only when she was tired of heaping things into them did they seem to be full. Then she went to bed, but could hardly sleep for joy, and when at last she did begin to dream of her beloved prince, she was grieved to see him stretched upon a grassy bank, sad and weary and hardly like himself. What is the matter?" she cried. He looked at her reproachfully and said, "How can you ask me, cruel one? Are you not leading me to my death, perhaps?" "Oh, don't be sorrowful," cried Beauty. "I'm only going to assure my father that I am safe and happy. I have promised the beast faithfully that I will come back, and he would die of grief if I did not keep my word." "What would that matter to you?" said the prince. "Surely you would not care." "Indeed, I should be ungrateful if I did not care for such a kind beast," cried Beauty. "I would die to save him from pain. I assure you, it is not his fault that he is so ugly." Just then, a strange sound woke her. Someone was speaking not very far away, and opening her eyes, she found herself in a room she had never seen before, which was certainly not nearly so splendid as those she was used to in the beast's palace. Where could she be? She got up and dressed hastily, and then saw that the boxes she had packed the night before were all in the room. While she was wondering by what magic the beast had transported them and herself to this strange place, she suddenly heard her father's voice and rushed out and greeted him joyfully. Her brothers and sisters were all astonished at her appearance, as they never expected to see her again, and there was no end to the questions they asked her. She had also much to hear about what happened to them while she was away and of her father's journey home. But when they heard that she had only come to be with them for a short time, they lamented loudly. Then Beauty asked her father what he thought could be the meaning of her strange dreams, and why the prince constantly begged her not to trust appearances. After much consideration, he answered, "You tell me yourself that the beast, frightful as he is, loves you dearly and deserves your love and gratitude for his gentleness and kindness. I think the prince must mean you ought to reward him by doing as he wishes you to, in spite of his ugliness." Beauty could not help seeing that this seemed very probable. Still, when she thought of her dear prince, who was so handsome, she did not feel at all inclined to marry the beast. At any rate, for 2 months she need not decide, but could enjoy herself with her sisters. But though they were rich now and lived in town again and had plenty of acquaintances, Beauty found that nothing amused her very much, and she often thought of the palace where she was so happy, especially as at home she never once dreamed of her dear prince, and she felt quite sad without him. Then her sisters seemed to have got quite used to being without her, and even found her to be in the way, so she would not have been sorry when the 2 months were over, but for her father and brothers, who begged her to stay, and seemed so grieved at the thought of her departure that she had not the courage to say goodbye to them. Every day when she got up, she meant to say it at night, and when night came, she put it off again, until at last she had a dismal dream which helped her to make up her mind. She thought she was wandering in a lonely path in the palace gardens when she heard groans which seemed to come from some bushes hiding the entrance of a cave, and running quickly to see what could be the matter, she found the beast stretched out upon his side, apparently dying. He reproached her faintly with being the cause of his distress, and at the same moment a stately lady appeared and said very gravely, "Beauty, you are only just in time to save his life. See what happens when people do not keep their promises. If you had delayed 1 day more, you would have found him dead." Beauty was so terrified by this dream that the next morning she announced her intention of going back at once, and that very night She said goodbye to her father and all her brothers and sisters, and as soon as she was in bed, she turned her ring round upon her finger and said firmly, "I wish to go back to my palace and see my beast again, as she had been told to do." Then she fell asleep instantly and only woke up to hear the clock saying her name 12 times in its musical voice, which told her at once that she was really in the palace once more. Everything was just as before, and her birds were so glad to see her. But Beauty thought she had never known such a long day, for she was so anxious to see the beast again that she felt as if supper time would never come. But when it did come, and no beast appeared, she was really frightened. So, after listening and waiting for a long time, she ran down into the garden to search for him. Up and down the paths and avenues ran poor Beauty, calling him in vain, for no one answered, and not a trace of him could she find, until at last, quite tired, she stopped for a minute's rest, and saw that she was standing opposite the shady path she had seen in her dream. She rushed down it, and sure enough, there was the cave, and in it lay the beast, asleep, as Beauty thought. Quite glad to have found him, she ran up and stroked his head, but to her horror, he did not move or open his eyes. "Oh, he is dead, and it is all my fault," said Beauty, crying bitterly. Then, looking at him again, she fancied he still breathed, and hastily fetching some water from the nearest fountain, she sprinkled it over his face, and to her great delight, he began to revive. "Oh, beast, how you frightened me," she cried. "I never knew how much I loved you until just now, when I feared I was too late to save your life." "Can you really love such an ugly creature as I am?" said the beast faintly. "Ah, Beauty, you only came just in time. I was dying because I thought you had forgotten your promise. But go back now and rest. I shall see you again by and by." Beauty, who had half expected that he would be angry with her, was reassured by his gentle voice and went back to the palace where supper was awaiting her. And afterward, the beast came in as usual and talked about the time she had spent with her father, asking if she had enjoyed herself and if they had all been very glad to see her. Beauty answered politely and quite enjoyed telling him all that had happened to her. And when at last the time came for him to go, and he asked, as he had so often asked before, "Beauty, will you marry me?" she answered softly, "Yes, dear beast." As she spoke, a blaze of light sprang up before the windows of the palace. Fireworks crackled and guns banged, and across the avenue of orange trees, in letters all made of fireflies, was written, "Long live the prince and his bride." Turning to ask the beast what it could all mean, Beauty found that he had disappeared, and in his place stood her long-loved prince. At the same moment, the wheels of a chariot were heard upon the terrace, and 2 ladies entered the room. One of them Beauty recognized as the stately lady she had seen in her dreams. The other was also so grand and queenly that Beauty hardly knew which to greet first. But the one she already knew said to her companion, "Well, Queen, this is Beauty, who has had the courage to rescue your son from the terrible enchantment. They love one another, and only your consent to their marriage is wanting to make them perfectly happy." "I consent with all my heart," cried the queen. "How can I ever thank you enough, charming girl, for having restored my dear son to his natural form?" And then she tenderly embraced Beauty and the prince, who had meanwhile been greeting the fairy and receiving her congratulations. "Now," said the fairy to Beauty, "I suppose you would like me to send for all your brothers and sisters to dance at your wedding?" And so she did, and the marriage was celebrated the very next day with the utmost splendor, and Beauty and her prince lived happily ever after. Down in the south, where the sun shines so hotly that everything and everybody sleeps all day, and even the great forest seems silent, except early in the morning and late in the evening, down in this country there once lived a young man and a maiden. The girl had been born in the town and had scarcely ever left it, but the young man was a native of another country and had only come to the city near the great river because he could find no work to do where he was. A few months after his arrival, when the days were cooler and the people did not sleep so much as usual, a great feast was held a little way out of the town, and to this feast everyone flocked from 30 miles and more. Some walked and some rode. Some came in beautiful golden coaches, but all had on splendid dresses of red or blue, while wreaths of flowers rested on their hair. It was the first time that this youth had been present on such an occasion, and he stood silently aside, watching the graceful dances and the pretty games played by the young people. And as he watched, he noticed one girl dressed in white with scarlet pomegranates in her hair, who seemed to him lovelier than all the rest. When the feast was over and the young man returned home, his manner was so strange that it drew the attention of all his friends. Through his work next day, the youth continued to see the girl's face, throwing the ball to her companions or threading her way between them as she danced. At night, sleep fled from him, and after tossing for hours on his bed, he would get up and plunge into a deep pool that lay a little way in the forest. This state of things went on for some weeks. Then, at last, chance favored him. One evening, as he was passing near the house where she lived, he saw her standing with her back to the wall, trying to beat off with her fan the attacks of a savage dog that was leaping at her throat. Alonzo, for such was his name, sprang forward, and with one blow of his fist stretched the creature dead upon the road. He then helped the frightened and half-fainting girl into the large cool veranda where her parents were sitting, and from that hour he was a welcome guest in the house, and it was not long before he was the promised husband of Julia. Every day, when his work was done, he used to go up to the house half hidden among flowering plants and brilliant creepers, where hummingbirds darted from bush to bush, and parrots of all colors, red and green and gray, shrieked in chorus. There he would find the maiden waiting for him, and they would spend an hour or two under the stars, which looked so large and bright that you felt as if you could almost touch them. "What did you do last night after you went home?" suddenly asked the girl one evening. "Just the same as I always do," answered he. "It was too hot to go to sleep, so it was no use going to bed, and I walked straight to the forest and bathed in one of those deep, dark pools at the edge of the river. I have been there constantly for several months, but last night a strange thing happened. I was taking my last plunge when I heard, sometimes from one side and sometimes from another, the sound of a voice singing more sweetly than any nightingale, though I could not catch any words. And dressing myself as fast as I could, I searched every bush and tree round the water, as I fancied that perhaps it was my friend who was playing a trick on me. But there was not a creature to be seen, and when I reached home, I found my friend fast asleep." As Julia listened, her face grew deadly white and her body shivered as if with cold. From her childhood, she had heard stories of the terrible beings that lived in the forests and were hidden under the banks of the rivers and could only be kept off by powerful charms. Could the voice, which had bewitched Alonso, have come from one of these? Perhaps. Who knows? It might be the voice of the dreaded Yara herself, who sought young men on the eve of their marriage as her prey. For a moment, the girl sat choked with fear as these thoughts rushed through her. Then she said, "Alonso, will you promise something?" "What is that?" asked he. "It is something that has to do with our future happiness." "Oh, it is serious then. Well, of course I promise. Now tell me." "I want you to promise," she answered, lowering her voice to a whisper, "never to bathe in those pools again." "But why not, queen of my soul? Have I not gone there always, and nothing has harmed me, flower of my heart?" "No, but perhaps something will. If you will not promise, I shall go mad with fright. Promise me." "Why? What is the matter? You look so pale. Tell me why you are so frightened." "Did you not hear the song?" she asked, trembling. "Suppose I did. How could that hurt me? It was the loveliest song I ever heard." "Yes, and after that song will come the apparition, and after that—" "I don't understand. Well, after that?" "After that, death." Alonso stared at her. Had she really gone mad? Such talk was very unlike Julia. But before he could collect his senses, the girl spoke again. "That is the reason why I implore you never to go there again, at any rate, till after we are married." "And what difference will our marriage make?" "Oh, There will be no danger then. You can go to bathe as often as you like. But tell me why you are so afraid." "Because the voice you heard—" "Oh, I know you will laugh, but it is quite true. It was the voice of the Yara." At these words, Alonso burst into a shout of laughter, but it sounded so harsh and loud that Julia shrank away shuddering. It seemed as if he could not stop himself, and the more he laughed, the paler the poor girl became. "Oh heaven, you have seen her! You have seen her! What shall I do?" Faint as was her whisper, it reached the ears of Alonso, who, though he still could not speak for laughing, shook his head. "You may not know it, but it is true. Nobody who has seen the Yara laughs like that." And Julia flung herself on the ground, weeping bitterly. At this sight, Alonso became suddenly grave, and kneeling by her side, gently raised her up. "Do not cry so, my angel," he said. "I will promise anything you please. Only let me see you smile again." With a great effort, Julia checked her sobs and rose to her feet. "Thank you," she answered. "My heart grows lighter as you say that. I know you will try to keep your word and to stay away from the forest. But the power of the Yara is very strong, and the sound of her voice is apt to make men forget everything else in the world. If ever you should return to the pool where you first heard the voice, promise me that you will at least take this with you." And opening a curiously carved box, she took out a seashell and sang a song softly into it. "The moment you hear the Yara's voice," said she, "put this to your ear and you will hear my song instead. I do not know for certain, but perhaps I may be stronger than the Yara." It was late that night when Alonso returned home. The moon was shining on the distant river, which looked cool and inviting, and the trees of the forest seemed to stretch out their arms and beckon him near. But the young man steadily turned his face in the other direction and went home to bed. The struggle had been hard, but Alonso had his reward next day in the joy and relief with which Julia greeted him. He assured her that having overcome the temptation once, that the danger was now over, but she, knowing better than he did the magic of the Yara's face and voice, did not fail to make him repeat his promise when he went away. For 3 nights, Alonso kept his word, not because he believed in the Yara, for he thought that the tales about her were all nonsense, but because he could not bear the tears with which he knew that Julia would greet him if he confessed that he had returned to the forest. But in spite of this, the song rang in his ears and daily grew louder. On the 4th night, the attraction of the forest grew so strong that neither the thought of Julia nor the promises he had made her could hold him back. At 11 o'clock, he plunged into the cool darkness of the trees and took the path that led straight to the river. Yet, for the first time, he found that Julia's warnings, though he had laughed at her at the moment, had remained in his memory, and he glanced at the bushes with a certain sense of fear which was quite new to him. When he reached the river, he paused and looked around for a moment to make sure that the strange feeling of someone watching him was fancy and he was really alone. But the moon shone brightly on every tree, and nothing was to be seen but his own shadow. Nothing was to be heard but the sound of the rippling stream. He threw off his clothes and was just about to dive in headlong when something, he did not know what, suddenly caused him to look around. At the same instant, the moon passed from behind a cloud, and its rays fell on a beautiful black-haired woman standing half hidden by the ferns. With one bound, he caught up his mantle and rushed headlong down the path he had come, fearing at each step to feel a hand laid on his shoulder. It was not till he had left the last trees behind him and was standing in the open plain that he dared to look round. And then he thought a figure in white was standing there waving her arms to and fro. This was enough. He ran along the road harder than ever and never paused till he was safe in his own room. With the earliest rays of dawn, he went back to the forest to see whether he could find any traces of the Yara. But though he searched every clump of bush and looked up every tree, everything was empty, and the only voices he heard were those of the parrots, which are so ugly that they only drive people away. "I think I must be mad," he said to himself, "and have dreamt all that folly." And going back to the city, he began his daily work. But either that was harder than usual, or he must be ill, for he could not fix his mind upon it, and everybody he came across during the day inquired if anything had happened to give him that white, frightened look. "I must be feverish," he said to himself. "After all, it is rather dangerous to take a cold bath when one is feeling so hot." Yet he knew, while he said it, that he was counting the hours for night to come, that he might return to the forest. In the evening, he went as usual to the creeper-covered house, but he had better have stayed away, as his face was so pale and his manner so strange that the poor girl saw that something terrible had occurred. Alonso, however, refused to answer any of her questions, and all she could get was a promise to hear everything the next day. On pretense of a violent headache, he left Julia much earlier than usual and hurried quickly home. Taking down a pistol, he loaded it and put it in his belt, and a little before midnight he stole out on the tips of his toes so as not to disturb nobody. Once outside, he hastened down the road which led to the forest. He did not stop till he reached the river pool, when, holding the pistol in his hand, he looked about him at every little noise, the falling of a leaf, the rustle of an animal in the bushes, the cry of a night bird. He sprang up and cocked his pistol in the direction of the sound, but though the moon still shone, he saw nothing, and by, a kind of dreamy state seemed to steal over him as he leaned against a tree. How long he remained in this condition he could not have told, but suddenly he awoke with a start on hearing his name uttered softly. "Who is that?" he cried, standing upright instantly, but only an echo answered him. Then his eyes grew fascinated with the dark waters of the pool close to his feet, and he looked at it as if he could never look away. He gazed steadily into the depths for some minutes when he became aware that down in the darkness was a bright spark, which got rapidly bigger and brighter. Again, that feeling of awful fear took possession of him, and he tried to turn his eyes from the pool, but it was no use. Something stronger than himself compelled him to keep them there. At last, the waters parted softly, and floating on the surface, he saw the beautiful woman whom he had fled from only a few nights before. He turned to run, but his feet were glued to the spot. She smiled at him and held out her arms, but as she did so, there came over him the remembrance of Julia as he had seen her a few hours earlier, and her warnings and fears for the very danger in which he now found himself. Meanwhile, the figure was always drawing nearer and nearer, and with a violent effort, Alonso shook off his stupor, and taking aim at her shoulder, he pulled the trigger. The report awoke the sleeping echoes and was repeated all through the forest, but the figure smiled still and went on advancing. Again Alonso fired, and a second time the bullet whistled through the air and the figure advanced nearer. A moment more and she would be at his side. Then, his pistol being empty, he grasped the barrel with both hands and stood ready to use it as a club should the Yara approach any closer. But now it seemed she was afraid, for she paused an instant while he pressed forward, still holding the pistol above his head, prepared to strike. In his excitement, he had forgotten the river, and it was not till the cold water touched his feet that he stood still by instinct. The Yara saw that he was wavering, and suffering herself to sway gently backwards and forwards on the surface of the river, she began to sing. The song floated through the trees, now far and now near. No one could tell whence it came. The whole air seemed full of it. Alonso felt his senses going and his will failing. His arms dropped heavily to his side, but in falling struck against the seashell which, as he had promised Julia, he had always carried in his coat. His dim mind was just clear enough to remember what she had said, and with trembling fingers that were almost powerless to grasp, he drew it out. As he did so, The song grew sweeter and more tender than before, but he shut his ears to it and bent his head over the shell. Out of its depths arose the voice of Julia, singing to him as she had sung when she gave him the shell. And though the notes sounded faint at first, they swelled louder and louder till the mist which had gathered about him was blown away. Then he raised his head, feeling that he had been through strange places where he could never wander any more, and he held himself erect and strong and looked about him. Nothing was to be seen but the shining of the river and the dark shadows of the trees. Nothing was to be heard but the chirping of the crickets as they darted through the night. Alonso made his way home, fell into his bed, and had the deepest, most restful sleep ever. A few weeks later, he and Julia were married and lived happily ever after. Once upon a time, there lived in Turkey a pasha who had only one son, and so dearly did he love this boy that he let him spend the whole day amusing himself instead of learning how to be useful like his friends. Now the boy's favorite toy was a golden ball, and with this he would play from morning till night without troubling anybody. One day, as he was sitting in the summer house in the garden, making his ball run along the walls and catching it again, he noticed an old woman with an earthen pitcher coming to draw water from a well which stood in a corner of the garden. In a moment he had caught his ball and flung it straight at the pitcher, which fell to the ground in 1,000 pieces. The old woman started with surprise, but said nothing, only turned round to fetch another pitcher, and as soon as she had disappeared, the boy hurried out to pick up his ball. Scarcely was he back in the summer house when he beheld the old woman a second time approaching the well with the pitcher on her shoulder. She had just taken hold of the handle to lower it into the water when, crash, and the pitcher lay in fragments at her feet. Of course she felt very angry, but for fear of the pasha, she still held her peace and spent her last pence in buying a fresh pitcher. But when this also was broken by a blow from the ball, her wrath burst forth, and shaking her fist towards the summer house where the boy was hiding, she cried, "I wish you may be punished by falling in love with the silent princess." And having said this, she vanished. For some time, the boy paid no heed to her words. Indeed, he forgot them altogether. But as years went by, and he began to think more about things, the remembrance of the old woman's wish came back to his mind. Who is the silent princess, and why should it be a punishment to fall in love with her? He asked himself, and received no answer. However, that did not prevent him from asking the question again and again, till at length he grew so weak and ill that he could eat nothing, and in the end was forced to lie in bed altogether. His father, the pasha, became so frightened by this strange disease that he sent for every physician in the kingdom to cure him, but no one was able to find a remedy. "How did your illness first begin, my son?" asked the pasha one day. "Perhaps if we knew that, we should also know better what to do for you." Then the youth told him what had happened all those years before when he was a little boy, and what the old woman had said to him. "Give me, I pray you," he cried, when his tale was finished, "leave to go into the world in search of the princess, and perhaps this evil state may cease." And sore though his heart was to part from his only son, the Pasha felt that the young man would certainly die if he remained at home any longer. "Go, and peace be with you," he answered, and went out to call his trusted steward, whom he ordered to accompany his young master. Their preparations were soon made, and early one morning the two set out. First they lost their way in a dense forest, and from that they at length emerged in a wilderness where they wandered for 6 months, not seeing a living creature and finding scarcely anything to eat or drink, till they became nothing but skin and bone. They had forgotten all about the princess, and their only wish was to find themselves back in the palace again, when one day they discovered that they were standing on the shoulder of a mountain, and both their hearts beat with joy at beholding a tiny old man approaching them. The sight awoke all manner of recollections. The numb feeling that had taken possession of them fell away as if by magic, and it was with glad voices that they greeted the old man. "Where are we, my friend?" asked they. And the old man told them that this was the mountain where the Sultan's daughter sat, covered by 7 veils. On hearing this news, all the dangers and difficulties of their past wandering vanished from their minds. "How can I reach her soonest?" asked the youth eagerly. But the old man only answered, "Have patience, my son. Another 6 months must go by before you arrive at the palace where she dwells, and even so, think well, as should you fail to make her speak, you will have to pay forfeit with your life as others have done. So beware." But the prince only laughed at this counsel, as others had also done. After 3 months, they found themselves on the top of another mountain, and the prince saw with surprise that its sides were colored a beautiful red. Perched on some cliffs not far off was a small village, and the prince proposed to his friend that they should go and rest there. The villagers, on their part, welcomed them gladly, and gave them food to eat and beds to sleep on, and thankful indeed were the 2 travelers to repose their weary limbs. The next morning, they asked their host if he could tell them whether they were still many days' journey from the princess, and whether he knew why the mountain was so much redder than the other mountains. "For 3.5 more months you must still pursue your way," answered he, "and by that time you will find yourselves at the gate of the princess's palace. As for the color of the mountain, that comes from the soft hue of her cheeks and mouth, which shines through the 7 veils which cover her, but none have ever beheld her face." The prince, however, would listen no further, and thanking the man for his kindness, he jumped up and with the steward set out to climb the mountain. On and on and on they went, sleeping under the trees or in caves, and living upon berries and any fish they could catch in the rivers. But at length, when their clothes were nearly in rags and their legs so tired that they could hardly walk any further, they saw on the top of the next mountain a palace of yellow marble. "There it is, at last," cried the prince, and fresh blood seemed to spring in his veins. But as he and his companion began to climb towards the top, they paused in horror, for the ground was white with dead men's skulls. It was the prince who first recovered his voice, and he said to his friend, as carelessly as he could, These must be the skulls of the men who tried to make the princess speak and failed. Well, if we fail too, our bones will strew the ground likewise. Oh, turn back now, my prince, while there is yet time, entreated his companion. Your father gave you into my charge, but when we set out, I did not know that certain death lay before us. Take heart, Olala, take heart, answered the prince. A man can but die once, and besides, the princess will have to speak some day, you know. So they went on again, past skulls and dead men's bones in all degrees of whiteness, and by they reached another village, where they determined to rest for a little while, so that their wits might be fresh and bright for the task that lay before them. But this time, though the people were kind and friendly, their faces were gloomy, and every now and then woeful cries would rend the air. Oh, my brother, have I lost you? Oh, my son, shall I see you no more? And then, as the prince and his companion asked the meaning of these laments, the answer was given. Ah, you also have come hitherto to die. This town belongs to the father of the princess, and when any rash man seeks to move the princess to speech, he must first obtain leave of the sultan. If that is granted him, he is then led into the presence of the princess. What happens afterwards, perhaps the sight of these bones may help you to guess. The young man bowed his head in token of thanks and stood thoughtful for a short time. Then, turning to the Lala, he said, Well, our destiny will soon be decided. Meanwhile, we will find out all we can and do nothing rashly. For 2 or 3 days, they wandered about the bazaars, keeping their eyes and ears open, when one morning they met a man carrying a nightingale in a cage. The bird was singing so joyously that the prince stopped to listen and at once offered to buy him from his owner. Oh, why cumber yourself with such a useless thing, cried the Lala in disgust. Have you not enough to occupy your hands and mind without taking an extra burden? But the prince, who liked having his own way, paid no heed to him, and paying the high price asked by the man, he carried the bird back to the inn and hung him up in his chamber. That evening, as he was sitting alone, trying to think of something that would make the princess talk, and failing altogether, the nightingale pecked open his cage door, which was lightly fastened by a stick, and perching on his shoulder, murmured softly in his ear, What makes you so sad, my prince? The young man started. In his native country, birds did not talk, and, like many people, he was always rather afraid of what he did not understand. But in a moment he felt ashamed of his folly, and explained that he had traveled for more than a year and over thousands of miles to win the hand of the Sultan's daughter. And now that he had reached his goal, he could think of no plan to force her to speak. Oh, do not trouble your head about that, replied the bird. It is quite easy. Go this evening to the woman's apartments and take me with you, and when you enter the princess's private chamber, hide me under the pedestal which supports the great golden candlestick. The princess herself will be wrapped so thickly in her 7 veils that she can see nothing, neither can her face be seen by anyone. Then inquire after her health, but she will remain quite silent. And next, say that you are sorry to have disturbed her, and that you will have a little talk with the pedestal of the candlestick. When you speak, I will answer. The prince threw his mantle over the bird and started for the palace, where he begged an audience of the Sultan. This was soon granted him, and leaving the nightingale, hidden by the mantle in a dark corner outside the door, he walked up to the throne on which His Highness was sitting and bowed low before him. "What is your request?" asked the Sultan, looking closely at the young man, who was tall and handsome. But when he heard the tale, he shook his head. "If you can make her speak, she shall be your wife," answered he. "But if not, did you mark the skulls that strewed the mountainside?" "Some day a man is bound to break the spell, O Sultan," replied the youth boldly. "And why should not I be he as well as another? At any rate, my word is pledged, and I cannot draw back now." "Well, go if you must," said the Sultan, and he bade his attendants lead the way to the chamber of the princess, but to allow the young man to enter alone. Catching up unseen his mantle and the cage as they passed into the dark corridor, the youth found himself standing in a room bare except for a pile of silken cushions and one tall golden candlestick. His heart beat high as he looked at the cushions and knew that, shrouded within the shining veils that covered them, lay the much-longed-for princess. Fearful that after all other eyes might be watching him, he hastily placed the nightingale under the open pedestal on which the candlestick was resting, and turning again, he steadied his voice and besought the princess to tell him of her well-being. Not by even a movement of her hand did the princess show that she had heard, and the young man, who of course expected this, went on to speak of his travels and of the strange countries he had passed through, but not a sound broke the silence. "I see clearly that you are interested in none of these things," said he at last, "and as I have been forced to hold my peace for so many months, I feel that now I really must talk to somebody, so I shall go and address my conversation to the candlestick." And with that he crossed the room behind the princess and cried, "Oh, fairest candlestick, how are you?" "Very well indeed, my lord," answered the nightingale. "But I wonder how many years have gone by since anyone has spoken to me. And now that you have come, rest, I pray you, a while and listen to my story." "Willingly," replied the youth, curling himself up on the floor, for there was no cushion for him to sit on. "Once upon a time," began the nightingale, "there lived a pasha whose daughter was the most beautiful maiden in the whole kingdom. Suitors she had in plenty, but she was not easy to please, and at length there were only 3 whom she felt she could even think of marrying. Not knowing which of the 3 she liked best, she took counsel with her father, who summoned the young men into his presence, and then told them that they must each of them learn some trade, and whichever of them proved the cleverest at the end of 6 months should become the husband of the princess. Though the 3 suitors may have been secretly disappointed, they could not help feeling that this test was quite fair, and left the palace together. Talking as they went of what handicrafts they might set themselves to follow. The day was hot, and when they reached a spring that gushed out of the side of the mountain, they stopped to drink and rest, and then one of them said, "It will be best that we should each seek our fortunes alone, so let us put our rings under this stone and go our separate ways, and the first one who returns hither will take his ring and the others will take theirs. Thus we shall know whether we have all fulfilled the commands of the pasha, or if some accident has befallen any of us." "Good," replied the other 2, and the 3 rings were placed in a little hole and carefully covered again by the stone. Then they parted, and for 6 months they knew naught of each other, till, on the day appointed, they met at the spring, and eagerly they talked of what they had done and how the time had been spent. "I think I shall win the princess," said the eldest with a laugh. for it is not everybody that is able to accomplish a whole year's journey in an hour." "That is very clever, certainly," answered his friend. "But if you are to govern a kingdom, it may be still more useful to have the power of seeing what is happening at a distance, and that is what I have learned," replied the second. "No, no, my dear comrades," cried the third. "Your trades are all very well, but when the Pasha hears that I can bring back the dead to life, he will know which of us three is to be his son-in-law. But come, there only remain a few hours of the 6 months he granted us. It is time that we hasten back to the palace." "Stop a moment," said the second. "It would be well to know what is going on in the palace." And plucking some small leaves from a tree nearby, he muttered some words and made some signs and laid them on his eyes. In an instant he turned pale and uttered a cry. "What is it?" exclaimed the others. And with a shaking voice he gasped, "The princess is lying on her bed and has barely a few minutes to live. Oh, can no one save her?" "I can," answered the third, taking a small box from his turban. "This ointment will cure any illness." "But how to reach her in time?" "Give it to me," said the first, and he wished himself by the bedside of the princess, which was surrounded by the Sultan and his weeping courtiers. Clearly there was not a second to lose, for the princess had grown unconscious and her face cold. Plunging his finger into the ointment, he touched her eyes, mouth, and ears with the paste, and with beating heart awaited the result. It was swifter than he supposed. As he looked, the color came back into her cheeks, and she smiled up at her father. The Sultan, almost speechless with joy at this sudden change, embraced her daughter tenderly, and then turned to the young man to whom he owed her life. "Are you not one of those three whom I sent forth to learn a trade 6 months ago?" asked he. And the young man answered yes, and that the other two were even now on their way to the palace, so that the Sultan might judge between them. At this point in the story, the nightingale stopped and asked the prince which of the three he thought had the best right to the princess. "The one who had learned how to prepare the ointment," replied he. "But if it had not been for the man who could see what was happening at a distance, they would never have known the princess was ill," said the nightingale. "I would give it to him." And the strife between them waxed hot, till suddenly the listening princess started up from her cushions and cried, "Cannot you understand that if it had not been for him who had the power to reach the palace in time, the ointment itself would have been useless, for death would have claimed her. It is he and no other who ought to have the princess." At the first sound of the princess's voice, a slave, who was standing at the door, ran at full speed to tell the Sultan of the miracle which had taken place, and the delighted father hastened to the spot. But by this time the princess perceived that she had fallen into a trap which had been cunningly laid for her, and would not utter another word. All she could be prevailed on to do was to make signs to her father that the man who wished her to be her husband must induce her to speak 3 times, and she smiled to herself beneath the 7 veils as she thought of the impossibility of that. When the Sultan told the prince that though he had succeeded once, he would have twice to pass through the same test, the young man's face clouded over. It did not seem fair to him, but he dared not object, so he only bowed low and contrived to step back close to the spot where the nightingale was hidden. As it was now quite dark, he tucked unseen the little cage under his cloak and left the palace. "Why are you so gloomy?" asked the nightingale as soon as they were safely outside. "Everything has gone exactly right." Of course the princess was very angry with herself for having spoken. And did you see that, at her first words, the veils that covered her began to rend? Take me back tomorrow evening and place me on the pillar by the lattice. Fear nothing, you have only to trust me. The next evening, toward sunset, the prince left the cage behind him, and with the bird in the folds of his garment, slipped into the palace and made his way straight to the princess's apartments. He was at once admitted by the slaves who guarded the door, and took care to pass near the window so that the nightingale hopped unseen to the top of a pillar. Then he turned and bowed low to the princess, and asked her several questions, but as before, she answered nothing, and indeed gave no sign that she heard. After a few minutes, the young man bowed again, and crossing over to the window, he said, "O pillar, it is no use speaking to the princess. She will not utter one word, and as I must talk to somebody, I have come to you. Tell me how you've been all this long while." "I thank you," replied a voice from the pillar. "I am feeling very well, and it is lucky for me that the princess is silent, or else you would not have wanted to speak to me. To reward you, I will relate to you an interesting tale that I lately overheard, and about which I should like to have your opinion." "That will be charming," answered the prince. "So pray begin at once." "Once upon a time," said the nightingale, "there lived a woman who was so beautiful that every man who saw her fell in love with her. But she was very hard to please, and refused to wed any of them, though she managed to keep friends with all. Years passed away in this manner, almost without her noticing them, and one by one the young man grew tired of waiting, and sought wives who may have been less handsome, but were also less proud. And at length only 3 of the former wooers remained: Bald-shy, Jad-shy, and Fired-shy. Still she held herself apart, thought herself better and lovelier than other women, when on a certain evening her eyes were open at last to the truth. She was sitting before her mirror, combing her curls, when amongst her raven locks she found a long white hair. At this dreadful sight her heart gave a jump, and then stood still. "I am growing old," she said to herself, "and if I do not choose a husband soon, I shall never get one. I know that either of those men would gladly marry me tomorrow, but I cannot decide between them. I must invent some way to find out which of them is the best, and lose no time about it." So instead of going to sleep, she thought all night long of different plans, and in the morning she arose and dressed herself. "That will have to do," she muttered, and she pulled out the white hair which had cost her so much trouble. "It is not very good, but I can think of nothing better. And, well, they are none of them clever, and I dare say they will easily fall into the trap." Then she called her slave and bade her let Jad-shy know that she would be ready to receive him in an hour's time. After that, she went into the garden and dug a grave under a tree, by which she laid a white shroud. Jad-shy was delighted to get the gracious message, and putting on his newest garments, he hastened to the lady's house. But great was his dismay at finding her stretched on her cushions, weeping bitterly. "What is the matter, O fair one?" he asked, bowing low before her. "A terrible thing has happened," said she, her voice choked with sobs. "My father died 2 nights ago, and I buried him in my garden. But now I find that he was a wizard and was not dead at all, for his grave is empty, and he is wandering about somewhere in the world." "That is evil news indeed," answered Jad-shy. "But can I do nothing to comfort you?" "There is one thing you can do," replied she, "and that is to wrap yourself in the shroud and lay yourself in the grave. If he should not return till after 3 hours have elapsed, he will have lost his power over me and be forced to go and wander elsewhere." Now Jagshai was proud of the trust reposed in him, and wrapping himself in the shroud, he stretched himself at full length in the grave. After some time, Baltshai arrived in his turn, and found the lady groaning and lamenting. She told him that her father had been a wizard, and that in case, as was very likely, he should wish to leave his grave and come to work her evil, Baltshai was to take a stone and be ready to crush in his head if he showed signs of moving. Baltshai, enchanted at being able to do his lady a service, picked up a stone and seated himself by the side of the grave wherein lay Jagshai. Meanwhile, the hour arrived in which Fireshai was accustomed to pay his respects, and, as in the case of the other two, he discovered the lady overcome with grief. To him she said that a wizard who was an enemy of her father's had thrown the dead man out of his grave and had taken his place. But, she added, if you can bring the wizard into my presence, all his power will go from him. If not, then I am lost. Ah, lady, what is there that I would not do for you? Cried Fireshai. And running down to the grave, he seized the astonished Jagshai by the waist, and flinging the body over his shoulder, he hastened with him into the house. At the first moment, Baltshai was so surprised at this turn of affairs, for which the lady had not prepared him, that he sat still and did nothing. But by and by he sprang up and hurled the stone after the two flying figures, hoping that it might kill them both. Fortunately, it touched neither, and soon all three were in the presence of the lady. Then Jagshai, thinking that he had delivered her from the power of the wizard, slid off the back of Fireshai and threw the shroud from him. "Tell me, my prince," said the nightingale, when he had finished his story, "which of the three men deserved to win the lady? I myself should choose Fireshai." "No, no," answered the prince, who understood the wink the bird had given him. "It was Baltshai who took the most trouble, and it was certainly he who deserved the lady." "How can you talk such nonsense?" cried the princess, and as she spoke, a sound of tearing was heard. "Why, you have never even thought of Jagshai, who lay for 3 hours in the grave with a stone held over his head. Of course it was he whom the lady chose for her husband." It was not many minutes before the news reached the Sultan, but even now he would not consent to the marriage till his daughter had spoken a third time. On hearing this, the young man took counsel with the nightingale how best to accomplish this, and the bird told him that as the princess, in her fury at having fallen into the snare laid for her, had ordered the pillar to be broken in pieces, he must be hidden in the folds of a curtain that hung by the door. The following evening, the prince entered the palace and walked boldly up to the princess's apartments. As he entered, the nightingale flew from under his arm and perched himself on top of the door, where he was entirely concealed by the folds of the dark curtain. The young man talked as usual to the princess, without obtaining a single word in reply, and at length he left her lying under the heap of shining veils, and crossed the room towards the door, from which came a voice that gladly answered him. For a while the two talked together. Then the nightingale asked if the prince was fond of stories, as he had lately heard one which interested and perplexed him greatly. In reply, the prince begged that he might hear it at once, and without further delay, the nightingale began. Once upon a time, a carpenter, a tailor, and a student set out together to see the world. After wandering about for some months, they grew tired of traveling and resolved to stay and rest in a small town that took their fancy. So they hired a little house and looked about for work to do, returning at sunset to smoke their pipes and talk over the events of the day. One night in the middle of the summer, it was hotter than usual, and the carpenter found himself unable to sleep. Instead of tossing about on his cushions, making himself more uncomfortable than he was already, the man wisely got up and drank some coffee and lit his long pipe. Suddenly, his eye fell on some pieces of wood in a corner, and being very clever with his fingers, he had soon set up a perfect statue of a girl. This so pleased and quieted him that he grew quite drowsy, and going back to bed, fell fast asleep. But the carpenter was not the only person who lay awake that night. Thunder was in the air, and the tailor became so restless that he thought he would go upstairs and cool his feet in the little fountain outside the garden door. To reach the door, he had to pass through the room where the carpenter had sat and smoked, and against the wall he beheld standing a beautiful girl. He stood speechless for an instant before he ventured to touch her hand, when to his amazement he found that she was fashioned out of wood. "Ah, I can make you more beautiful still," said he, and fetching from a shelf a roll of yellow silk which he had bought that day from a merchant, he cut and draped and stitched, till at length a lovely robe clothed the slender figure. When this was finished, the restlessness had departed from him, and he went back to bed. As dawn approached, the student arose and prepared to go to the mosque with the first ray of sunlight. But when he saw the maiden standing there, he fell on his knees and lifted his hands in ecstasy. "Oh, thou art fairer than the evening air, clad in the beauty of 10,000 stars," he murmured to himself. "Surely a form so rare was never meant to live without a soul." And forthwith he prayed with all his might that life should be breathed into it. And his prayer was heard, and the beautiful statue became a living girl, and the three men all fell in love with her, and each desired to have her to wife. "Now," said the nightingale, "to which of them did the maiden really belong? It seems to me that the carpenter had the best right to her." Oh, but the student would never have thought of praying that she might be given a soul, had not the tailor drawn attention to her loveliness by the robe which he put upon her, answered the prince, who guessed what he was expected to say. And they soon set up quite a pretty quarrel. Suddenly, the princess quite forgot her vow of silence and cried loudly. How could she belong to any one but the student? If it had not been for him, all that the others did would have gone for nothing. Of course, it was he who married the maiden. And as she spoke, the 7 veils fell from her, and she stood up, the fairest princess that the world has ever seen. "You have won me," she said, smiling, holding out her hand to the prince. And so they were married, and after the wedding feast was over, they sent for the old woman whose pitcher the prince had broken so long ago, and she dwelt in the palace and became nurse to their children, and they lived happily ever after. A poor widow once lived in a little cottage with a garden in front of it, in which grew 2 rose trees, one bearing white roses and the other red. She had 2 lovely daughters who were just like the 2 rose trees. One was called Snow White and the other Rose Red, and they were the two sweetest daughters in the world, always hardworking and cheerful. Snow White was quieter and more gentle than Rose Red. Rose Red loved to run about the fields and meadows and to pick flowers and catch butterflies. Snow White sat at home with her mother and helped her in her household chores or read aloud to her when there was no work to do. The two sisters loved each other so dearly that they always walked about hand in hand, and when Snow White said, "We will never desert each other," Rose Red answered, "Not as long as we live," and the mother added, "Whatever one gets, she shall share with the other." They often roamed about in the woods, gathering berries, and no beast threatened to hurt them. In fact, animals loved and trusted the two girls. The little hare would eat a cabbage leaf from their hands. The deer grazed beside them. The stag would bound past them merrily, and the birds remained on the branches and sang to them with all their might. Nothing bad ever happened to them. If they stayed late in the forest and night overtook them, they lay down together on the moss and slept until morning, and their mother knew they were quite safe and never felt anxious about them. Once, when they had slept all night in the wood and had been wakened by the morning sun, they saw a beautiful child in a shining white robe sitting close to them. The figure got up, looked at them kindly, but said nothing, and then vanished into the woods. When they looked around them, they realized that they had slept quite close to the edge of a deep crater in the ground. If they had gone only a few steps further in the darkness, they would have fallen into it. When they told their mother of their adventure, she said what they had seen must have been their guardian angel. Snow White and Rose Red kept their mother's cottage so beautifully clean and neat that it was a pleasure to go into it. In summer, Rose Red looked after the house, and every morning before her mother awoke, she placed before her mother's bed 2 roses, one red and one white. In winter, Snow White lit the fire and put on the kettle, which was made of brass, but so beautifully polished that it shone like gold. In the evening, when the snowflakes fell, their mother said, "Snow White, go and close the shutters," and they drew round the fire, while the mother put on her spectacles and read aloud from a big book, and the 2 sisters sat and listened. Beside them, on the ground, lay a little lamb, and behind them perched a little white dove with its head tucked under its wings. One evening, as they sat cozily together, someone knocked at the door as though he wanted to come in. The mother said, "Rose Red, open the door quickly. It must be some traveler seeking shelter." Rose Red hastened to unbar the door and thought she saw a poor man standing in the darkness outside. But it was no such thing, only a bear who poked his thick black head through the door. Rose Red screamed aloud and sprang back in terror. The lamb began to bleat, the dove flapped its wings, and Snow White ran and hid behind her mother's bed. The bear began to speak and said, "Don't be afraid. I won't hurt you. I am half frozen and only wish to warm myself a little." "Oh, my poor bear," said the mother, "lie down by the fire. Only take care you don't burn your fur." And then she called out, "Snow White, Rose Red, come out. The bear will do you no harm. He's a good bear." So they came out of their hiding places, and gradually the lamb and dove drew near too, and they all forgot their fear. The bear asked the two sisters to beat the snow a little out of his fur, and they fetched a brush and scrubbed him until he was dry. Then the beast stretched himself in front of the fire and growled quite happily and comfortably. The two sisters grew quite at ease with him, and they began to play and tease with him quite roughly. They tugged his fur with their hands, put their dainty feet on his back, and rolled him about here and there, and if he growled, they only laughed. The bear had a very gentle nature, and it pleased him to see the two young maidens enjoying themselves as they teased with him, especially Snow White, whom he was quite fond of. When it was time to retire for the night and the others went to bed, the mother said to the bear, "You can lie there on the hearth, and it will be shelter for you from the cold and wet." As soon as day dawned, Rose Red and Snow White led him out, and he trotted over the snow into the wood. From this time on, the bear came every evening at the same hour and lay down by the hearth. He let the maidens tease him and play pranks as he liked them very much, just as they too liked the bear very much. They got so used to him that the door was never shut until their friend had made his appearance. When spring came and all outside was green, the bear said one morning to Snow White, "Now I must go away and not return again the whole summer." "Where are you going, dear bear?" Snow White asked sorrowfully, as she had grown to care for the bear very much. "I must go to the wood and protect my treasure from the wicked dwarfs. In winter, when the earth is frozen hard, they are forced to remain underground, for they can't work their way through. But now, when the sun has thawed and warmed the ground, they break through and come up above to spy the land and steal what they can. Anything that falls into their hands and into their caves is not easily found again." Snow White was quite sad that their friend was leaving, and when she unbarred the door for him, the bear, stepping out, caught a piece of his fur in the door knocker, and Snow White thought she saw glittering gold beneath it. The bear ran hastily away and soon disappeared behind the trees. A short time after this, the mother sent her daughters into the wood to collect twigs to start the fire. As they wandered, they came upon a big tree which lay felled on the ground, and on the trunk, among the long grass, they noticed something jumping up and down, but what it was, they couldn't be certain. When they approached nearer, they saw a dwarf with a wrinkled face and a beard a yard long. The end of the beard was jammed into a cleft of the tree, and the little man sprang about like a dog on a chain and didn't seem to know what he was to do. He glared at the girls with his fiery red eyes and screamed out, "What are you standing there for? Can't you come and help me?" "What were you doing, little man?" asked Rose Red. "You silly goose," replied the dwarf. "I wanted to split the tree to get little chips of wood for our kitchen fire. My beautiful white beard has gotten caught in a cleft, so here I am stuck fast, and I can't get away, and you silly smooth-faced milk and water girls just stand and laugh. You are good for nothing." Then Rose Red and Snow White did all in their power, but they couldn't get the beard out. It was wedged in far too firmly. "I will run and fetch somebody," said Rose Red. "Fools," snapped the dwarf. "What's the good of calling anyone else? You're already too many for me. Can you do nothing better than that?" "Don't be so impatient," said Snow White, and taking her scissors out of her pocket, she cut off the end of his beard. As soon as the dwarf felt himself free, he seized a bag full of gold which was hidden among the roots of the tree, lifted it up, and muttered aloud, "Curse these rude wretches, cutting off a piece of my splendid beard." With these words, he swung the bag over his back and disappeared without as much as looking at the two sisters again. Shortly after this, Snow White and Rose Red were out again, walking along the bank of a stream. They saw something which looked like an enormous grasshopper springing toward the water as if it were going to jump in. They ran forward and recognized their old friend, the dwarf. "Where are you going to?" Rose Red asked. "You're surely not going to jump into the water." "I'm not such a fool," screamed the dwarf. "Don't you see that cursed fish is trying to drag me in?" The little man had been sitting on the bank, fishing, when unfortunately the wind had entangled his beard in the line. Immediately afterwards, a big fish bit, and the feeble little creature had no strength to pull it out. The fish dragged the dwarf toward him. He clung on with all his might to every reed and blade of grass. The two maidens came up just in the nick of time, held him firm, and did all they could to free his beard from the line, but in vain. Beard and line were in a hopeless muddle. All they could do was to take out the scissors again to cut the beard. The little man was far from grateful to the girls for rescuing him. He yelled to them, "Do you call that manners? To disfigure a fellow's face? It wasn't enough that you shortened my beard before?" Then he fetched a sack of pearls that lay among the rushes, and without saying another word, he dragged it away and disappeared behind a stone. It happened that soon after this, the mother sent her daughters to town to buy needles, thread, laces, and ribbons. Their road led over a heath where huge boulders of rock lay scattered here and there. While trudging along, they saw a big bird hovering in the air, circling slowly above them, but always swooping lower, until at last it settled on a rock not far from them. Immediately afterwards, they heard a sharp, piercing cry. They ran forward and saw with horror that the eagle had pounced on their old friend, the dwarf, and was about to carry him off. The tender-hearted sisters seized hold of the little man and struggled so long with the bird that at last he let go his prey. When the dwarf had recovered from the first shock, he screamed in his screeching voice, "Couldn't you have treated me more carefully? You have torn my thin little coat all to shreds." Then he took a bag of precious stones and vanished under the rocks into his cave. The girls were used to his ingratitude and went on their way and did their business in town. On their way home, as they were again passing the heath, they surprised the dwarf pouring out his precious stones on an open space, for he had thought no one would pass by at so late an hour. The evening sun shone on the glittering stones, and they gleamed so beautifully that Rose Red and Snow White stood still and gazed on them. "What are you standing gaping there for?" screamed the dwarf, and his ashen gray face became scarlet with rage. He was about to go off with these angry words when a sudden growl was heard and a black bear trotted out of the wood. The dwarf jumped up in great fright and wasn't able to escape, for the bear was already close to him. Then he cried in terror, "Dear Mr. Bear, spare me. I'll give you all my treasures. Look at those beautiful precious stones lying there. Spare my life. What pleasure would you get from a poor, feeble little fellow like me? You won't feel me between your teeth. There, lay hold of these two wicked girls. They will be a tender morsel for you, as fat as young quails. Eat them up, for heaven's sake." But the bear, paying no attention to his words, gave the evil little creature one blow with his paw, and he never moved again. The frightened maidens began to run away, but the bear called after them, "Snow White, Rose Red, don't be afraid. Wait, and I'll come with you." Indeed, they recognized his voice and stood still, and when the bear was quite close to them, his skin suddenly fell off, and a beautiful man stood beside them, all dressed in gold. "I am a king's son," he said, "and have been doomed by that unholy little dwarf who had stolen my treasure to roam about the woods as a wild bear until his death should set me free. Now he has got his well-merited punishment." A few months later, Snow White married the prince who had been a bear, and Rose Red married his brother, and they divided the great treasure the dwarf had collected in his cave between them. The mother lived for many years peacefully with her daughters. She brought the 2 rose trees with her, and they stood in front of her window, and every year they bore the most beautiful red and white roses. Wappy, or the White Hawk, lived in a remote part of the forest where animals abounded. Every day he returned from the chase with a large spoil, for he was one of the most skillful and lucky hunters of his tribe. His form was like the cedar. The fire of youth beamed from his eye. There was no forest too gloomy for him to penetrate, and no track made by bird or beast of any kind which he could not readily follow. One day he had gone beyond any point which he had ever before visited. He traveled through an open wood, which enabled him to see a great distance. At length he beheld a light breaking through the foliage of distant trees, which made him sure that he was on the borders of a prairie. It was a wide plain covered with long blue grass and enameled with flowers of 1,000 lovely tints. After walking for some time without a path, musing upon the open country and enjoying the fragrant breeze, he suddenly came to a ring worn among the grass and the flowers, as if it had been made by footsteps moving lightly round and round. But it was strange, so strange as to cause the white hawk to pause and gaze long and fixedly upon the ground. There was no path which led to this flowery circle. There was not even a crushed leaf nor a broken twig, nor the least trace of a footstep approaching or retiring to be found. He thought he would hide himself and lie in wait to discover, if he could, what this strange circle meant. Presently he heard the faint sounds of music in the air. He looked up in the direction they came from, and as the magic notes died away, he saw a small object, like a little summer cloud that approaches the earth, floating down from above. At first it was very small, and seemed as if it could have been blown away by the first breeze that came along, but it rapidly grew as he gazed upon it, and the music every moment came clearer and more sweetly to his ear. As it neared the earth, it appeared as a basket, and it was filled with 12 sisters of the most lovely forms and enchanting beauty. As soon as the basket touched the ground, they leaped out and began straightway to dance in the most joyous manner around the magic ring, striking as they did so a shining ball which uttered the most ravishing melodies and kept time as they danced. The white hawk, from his concealment, entranced, gazed upon their graceful forms and movements. He admired them all, but he was most pleased with the youngest. He longed to be at her side, to embrace her, to call her his own, and unable to remain longer a silent admirer, he rushed out and endeavored to seize the 12th beauty who so enchanted him. But the sisters, with the quickness of birds, the moment they descried the form of a man, leaped back into the basket and were drawn up into the sky. Lamenting his ill luck, Wapi gazed longingly upon the fairy basket as it ascended and bore the lovely sisters from his view. "They are gone," he said, "and I shall see them no more." He returned to his solitary lodge, but he found no relief to his mind. He walked abroad, but to look at the sky, which had withdrawn from his sight the only being he had ever loved, was painful to him now. The next day, selecting the same hour, the white hawk went back to the prairie and took his station near the ring. In order to deceive the sisters, he assumed the form of a possum and sat among the grass as if he were there engaged in chewing the cud. He had not waited long when he saw the cloudy basket descend and heard the same sweet music falling as before. He crept slowly toward the ring, but the instant the sisters caught sight of him, they were startled and sprang into their car. It rose a short distance when one of the elder sisters spoke. "Perhaps," she said, "it has come to show us how the game is played by mortals." "Oh no," the youngest replied. "Quick, let us ascend." And all joining in a chant, they rose out of sight. Wapi, casting off his disguise, walked sorrowfully back to his lodge. But the night seemed very long to lonely White Hawk. His whole soul was filled with the thought of the beautiful sister. The next day, he returned to the haunted spot, hoping and fearing, and sighing as though his very soul would leave his body in its anguish. He reflected upon the plan he should follow to secure success. He had already failed twice. To fail a third time would be fatal. Nearby, he found an old stump, much covered with moss, and just then in use as the residence of a number of mice who had stopped there on a pilgrimage to some relatives on the other side of the prairie. The white hawk was so pleased with their tidy little forms that he thought he too would be a mouse, especially as they were by no means formidable to look at and would not be at all likely to create alarm. He accordingly, having first brought the stump and set it near the ring, without further notice became a mouse, and peeped and sported about, and kept his sharp little eyes busy with the others, but he did not forget to keep one eye up toward the sky and one ear wide open in the same direction. It was not long before the sisters, at their customary hour, came down and resumed their sport. "But see," cried the younger sister, "that stump was not there before." She ran off, frightened, toward the basket. Her sisters only smiled, and gathering round the old tree stump, they struck it in jest, when out ran the mice, and among them Wappy. They killed them all but one, which was pursued by the younger sister. Just as she had raised a silver stick which she had held in her hand to put an end to it too, the form of the white hawk arose, and he clasped his prize in his arms. The other 11 sprang to their basket and were drawn up to the skies. Wappy exerted all his skill to please his bride and win her affections. He wiped the tears from her eyes. He related his adventures in the chase. He dwelt upon the charms of life on the earth. He was constant in his attentions, keeping fondly by her side, and picking out the way for her to walk as he led her gently toward his lodge. He felt his heart glow with joy as he entered it, and from that moment he was one of the happiest of men. Winter and summer passed rapidly away, and as the spring drew near with its balmy gales and its many-colored flowers, their happiness was increased by the presence of a beautiful boy in their lodge. What more of earthly blessing was there for them to enjoy? Wappy's wife was a daughter of one of the stars, and as the scenes of earth began to pall upon her sight, she sighed to revisit her father, but she was obliged to hide these feelings from her husband. She remembered the charm that would carry her up, and while White Hawk was engaged in the chase, she took occasion to construct a wicker basket, which she kept concealed. In the meantime, she collected such rarities from the earth as she thought would please her father, as well as the most dainty kinds of food. One day, when Wappy was absent, and all was in readiness, she went out to the charmed ring, taking with her her little son. As they entered the car, she commenced her magical song, and the basket rose. The song was sad, and as it was wafted far away by the wind, it caught her husband's ear. It was a voice which he well knew, and he instantly ran to the prairie. Though he made breathless speed, he could not reach the ring before his wife and child had ascended beyond his reach. He lifted up his voice in loud appeals, but they were unavailing. The basket still went up. He watched it till it became a small speck, and finally it vanished in the sky. He then bent his head down to the ground and was miserable. Through a long winter and a long summer, Wappy bewailed his loss, but he found no relief. The beautiful spirit had come and gone, and he should see it no more. He mourned his wife's loss sorely, but his son's still more, for the boy had both the mother's beauty and the father's strength. In the meantime, his wife had reached her home in the stars, and in the blissful employments of her father's house, she had almost forgotten that she had left a husband upon the earth. But her son, as he grew up, resembled more and more his father. and every day he was restless and anxious to visit the scene of his birth. His grandfather said to his daughter one day, "Go, my child, and take your son down to his father and ask him to come up and live with us. But tell him to bring along a specimen of each kind of bird and animal he kills in the chase." She accordingly took the boy and ascended. The white hawk, who was ever near the enchanted spot, heard her voice as she came down the sky. His heart beat with impatience as he saw her form and that of his son, and they were soon clasped in his arms. He heard the message of the star, and he began to hunt with the greatest activity that he might collect the present with all dispatch. He spent whole nights as well as days in searching for every curious and beautiful animal and bird. He only preserved a foot, a wing, or a tail of each. When all was ready, Wapi visited once more each favorite spot, the hilltop whence he had been used to seeing the rising sun, the stream where he had sported as a boy, the old lodge, now looking sad and solemn, which he was to sit in no more, and last of all, coming to the magic circle, he gazed widely around him with tearful eyes, and taking his wife and child by the hand, they entered the car and were drawn up into a country far beyond the flight of birds or the power of mortal eye to pierce. Great joy was manifested upon their arrival at the starry plains. The Star Chief invited all his people to a feast, and when they had assembled, he proclaimed aloud that each one might continue as he was, an inhabitant of his own dominions, or select of the earthly gifts such as he liked best. A very strange confusion immediately arose. Not one but sprang forward. Some chose a foot, some a wing, some a tail, and some a claw. Those who selected tails or claws were changed into animals and ran off. The others assumed the form of birds and flew away. Wapi chose a white hawk's feather. His wife and son followed his example, and each one became a white hawk. He spread his wings and, followed by his wife and son, descended with the other birds to the earth, where he is still to be found with the brightness of the starry plains in his eye and the freedom of the heavenly breezes in his wings. In a little house halfway up the mountainside and about a mile from the other houses of the village, there lived with his old father a young man called George. There was just enough land belonging to the house to enable the father and son to live free from care. Immediately behind the house, the wood began, the oak trees and the beech trees in which were so old that the grandchildren of the people who had planted them had been dead for more than 100 years. But in front of the house there lay a broken old millstone. Who knows how it got there? Anyone sitting on the stone would have a wonderful view of the valley down below, with the river flowing through it and the mountains rising on the other side of the river. In the evening, when he had finished his work in the fields, George often sat here for hours at a time dreaming, with his elbows on his knees and his head in his hands. And because he cared little for the villagers and went about silent like one who is thinking of all sorts of things, the people nicknamed him George the Dreamer. The older he grew, the more silent he became, and when at last his old father died, and he had buried him under a great old oak tree, he became quite silent. When he sat on the broken millstone, as he did more often than before, and looked down into the lovely valley and saw how the evening mists came into the valley at one end and slowly climbed the mountains, and how it became darker and darker until at last the moon and the stars appeared in the sky in their full glory, a wonderful feeling came into his heart. The waves of the river began to sing, quite softly at first, but gradually louder, until they could be heard quite plainly, and they sang of the mountains down from which they had come, and of the sea to which they wished to go, and of the nixies who lived far down at the bottom of the river. Then the forest began to rustle quite differently from an ordinary forest, and it used to relate the most wonderful tales. The old oak tree especially, which stood at his father's grave, knew far more than all the other trees. The stars high up in the sky wanted so much to tumble down into the green forest and the blue water that they twinkled and sparkled as if they could not bear it any longer. But the angels who stand behind the stars held them firmly in their places and said, "Stars, stars, don't be foolish. You are much too old to do silly things, many thousand years old and more. Stay quietly in your places." It was truly a wonderful valley, but it was only George the Dreamer who heard and saw all that. The people who lived in the valley had not a suspicion of it, for they were quite ordinary people. Now and then they hewed down a huge old tree, cut it up into firewood, and made a high stack, and then they said, "Now we shall be able to make our coffee again for some time." In the river they washed their clothes. It was very convenient. And even when the stars sparkled most beautifully, they only said, "It will be very cold tonight. Let us hope our potatoes won't freeze." Once George the Dreamer tried to bring them to see differently, but they only laughed at him. They were just quite ordinary people. Now, one day, as he was sitting on the millstone and thinking he was quite alone in the world, he fell asleep. Then he dreamt that he saw, hanging down from the sky, a golden swing which was fastened to 2 stars by silver ropes. In the swing sat a charming princess, who was swinging so high that each time she touched the sky, then the earth, and then the sky again. Each time the swing came near the earth, the princess clapped her hands with joy, and through George the Dreamer a rose. But suddenly the ropes broke, and the swing with the princess flew far into the sky, farther and farther, until at last he could see it no longer. Then he woke up, and when he looked around, he saw a great bunch of roses lying beside him on the millstone. The next day he went to sleep again and dreamt the same thing, and when he woke up, the roses were lying on the stone by his side. This happened every day for a whole week. Then George said to himself that some part of the dream must be true, because he always dreamt exactly the same thing. So he shut up his house and set out to seek the princess. After he had traveled for many days, he saw in the distance a country where the clouds touched the earth. He hastened towards it, but came on his way to a large forest. Here he suddenly heard fearful groans and cries, and on approaching the place from which they seemed to come, he saw a venerable old man with a silver-gray beard lying on the ground. 2 horribly ugly, naked fellows were kneeling on him. Then George the Dreamer looked round to see whether he could find some sort of weapon with which to run the 2 fellows through the body, but he could find nothing. So, in mortal terror, he tore down a huge tree trunk. He had scarcely seized it when it changed in his hands into a mighty halberd. Then he rushed at the two monsters and ran them through the body, and they let go of the old man and ran away howling. Then George lifted the old man up and comforted him and asked him why the two fellows had wanted to choke him. The old man said that he was the king of dreams and had come by mistake into the kingdom of his greatest enemy, the king of realities. The latter, as soon as he noticed this, had sent two of his servants to lie in wait for him and kill him. "Have you then done the king of realities any harm?" asked George the dreamer. "God forbid," the old man assured him. "He is always very easily provoked. That is his character, and me he hates like poison." "But the fellows he sent to strangle you were quite naked." "Yes, indeed," said the king, "stark naked. That is the fashion in the land of realities. All the people, even the king, go about naked and are not at all ashamed. They are an abominable nation. But now, since you have saved my life, I will prove my gratitude to you by showing you my country. It is the most glorious country in the whole world, and dreams are my subjects." Then the Dream King went on in front, and George followed him. When they came to the place where the clouds touched the earth, the king showed him a trap door that was so well hidden in the thicket that not even a person who knew it was there would have been able to find it. He lifted it up and led his companion down 500 steps into a brightly lighted grotto that stretched for miles in undiminished splendor. It was unspeakably beautiful. There were castles on islands in the midst of large lakes, and the islands floated about like ships. If you wished to go into one of them, all you had to do was to stand on the bank and call out, "Little castle, swim to me, that I may get into thee." Then it came to the shore by itself. Farther on were other castles on clouds, floating slowly in the air. But if you said, "Float down, little castle in the air, take me up to see thy beauties rare," they slowly floated down. Besides these, there were gardens with flowers, which gave out a sweet smell by day and a bright light by night, beautifully tinted birds which told stories, and a host of other wonderful things. George could do nothing but wonder and admire. "Now I will show you my subjects, the dreams," said the king. "I have 3 kinds: good dreams for good people, bad dreams for bad people, and also dream goblins. With the last I amuse myself now and then, for a king must sometimes have a joke." So he took George into one of the castles, which was so strangely built that it looked irresistibly comical. Here the dream goblins live. They are a tiny, high-spirited, roguish lot, never do any harm, but love to tease. Then he called to one of the goblins, "Come here, little man, and be serious a moment for once in your life. Do you know," he continued, addressing George, "what this rogue does if I, once in a way, allow him to go down to the earth? He runs to the next house, drags the first man he comes across, who is sound asleep, out of bed, carries him to the church tower, and throws him down head over heels. Then he rushes down the stairs so as to reach the bottom first, catches the man, carries him home, and flings him so roughly into bed that the bed creaks horribly. Then the man wakes up, rubs the sleep out of his eyes, and says, 'Dear me, I thought I was falling from the church tower. What a good thing it was only a dream.'" "Is that the one?" cried George. "Look here, he has been to me before, but if he comes again and I catch him, it will be the worse for him." He had scarcely finished speaking when another goblin sprang out from under the table. He looked like a little dog, for he had a very ragged waistcoat on, and he let his tongue hang out of his mouth. "He is not much better," said the king. "He barks like a dog and is as strong as a giant. When people in their dreams are frightened at something, he holds their hands and feet so that they cannot move." "I know him too," interrupted George. "When you want to run away, you feel as stiff and stark as a piece of wood. If you want to move your arms or your legs, you can't do it. But often it is not a dog, but a bear or a robber or some other horrid thing." "I will never allow them to come up to you again, George the Dreamer," the king assured him. "Now come and see the bad dreams. But don't be afraid, they won't do you any harm. They are only for bad people." Then they passed through a great iron door into a vast space enclosed by a high wall. Here the most terrible shapes and most horrible monsters were crowded together. Some looked like men, others like animals, others were half men and half animals. George was terrified and made his way back to the iron door, but the king spoke kindly to him and persuaded him to see more closely what wicked people have to dream. Beckoning to a dream that stood near, a hideous giant with a mill wheel under each arm, he commanded him to tell them what he was going to do that night. Then the monster raised his shoulders, wiggled about with joy, grinned until his mouth met his ears, and said, "I am going to the rich man who has let his father starve." One day when the old man was sitting on the stone steps before his son's house, begging for bread, the son came and said to the servants, "Drive away that fellow." So I go to him at night and pass him through my mill wheels until all his bones are broken into tiny pieces. When he is properly soft and quivering, I take him by the collar and shake him and say, "See how you tremble now, you fellow." Then he wakes up with his teeth chattering and calls to his wife to bring him another blanket, for he is freezing. And when he has fallen asleep once more, I begin it all again. When George the Dreamer heard this, he rushed out through the door, dragging the king after him and crying out that he would not stay a moment longer with the bad dreams. They were too horrible. The king next led him into a lovely garden where the paths were of silver. Here the good dreams were walking up and down. The first he saw was a pale young woman with a Noah's Ark under one arm and a box of bricks under the other. "Who is that?" asked the dreamer. "She goes every evening to a little sick boy whose mother is dead. He is quite alone all day, and no one troubles about him, but towards evening she goes to him, plays with him, and stays the whole night. She goes early because he goes to sleep early. The other dreams go much later. Let us proceed if you want to see everything. We must make haste." Then they went farther into the garden, into the midst of the good dreams. There were men, women, old men, and children, all with dear good faces and most beautifully dressed. Many of them were carrying all sorts of things, everything that the heart can possibly wish for. Suddenly, George stood still and cried out so loudly that all the dreams turned round to look. "What is the matter?" said the king. "There is my princess, she who has so often appeared to me and who gave me the roses," George the Dreamer answered in an ecstasy. "Certainly, certainly, it is she," said the king. "Have I not sent you a very pretty dream? It is almost the prettiest I have." Then George ran up to the princess, who was sitting swinging in her little golden swing. As soon as she saw him coming, she sprang down into his arms. He took her by the hand and led her to the golden bench on which they both sat down, telling one another how sweet it was to meet again. And when they had finished saying so, they began again, The King of Dreams meanwhile walked up and down the broad path which goes straight through the garden with his hands behind his back. Now and then he took out his watch to see how the time was getting on, for George the Dreamer and the princess never came to an end of what they had to say to one another. At length he went to them and said, "That's enough, children. You, dreamer, are far from your home, and I cannot keep you here overnight, for I have no beds. You see, the dreams never sleep, but have to go up every night to men on the earth. And you, princess, must make yourself ready. Dress yourself all in pink, and then come to me, so that I may tell you to whom you must appear tonight and what you must say." When George the Dreamer heard this, he felt more courageous than ever before in his life. Standing up, he said firmly, "My lord the king, I will never more leave my princess. You must either keep me here below or let her go up with me to the earth. I love her so much, too much to live without her." Then a tear big as a hazelnut came into each of his eyes. "But George, George," answered the king, "it is the prettiest dream I have. Still, you saved my life. So have your own way. Take your princess up with you. But as soon as you have got onto the earth, take off her silver veil and throw it down to me through the trap door. Then she will be of flesh and blood like every other child of men. Now she is only a dream." George the Dreamer thanked the king most heartily and then said, "Dear king, because you are so very good, I should like to ask for one thing more. I have a princess now, but no kingdom. A princess without a kingdom is impossible. Can you not get me one, if it is only a small one?" The king answered, "I have no visible kingdoms to give away, dreamer, only invisible ones. One of the latter you shall have, one of the biggest and the best that I possess." Then George asked what invisible kingdoms were like. The king told him he would find that out and would be amazed at their beauty and magnificence. "You see," he said, "it is often very unpleasant to have anything to do with ordinary visible kingdoms. For example, suppose you are an ordinary king, and early one morning your minister comes to your bedside and says, 'Your Majesty, I want £100 for the kingdom.' Then you open your treasury and find not even a farthing in it. Or again, you wage war and lose, and the king who has conquered you marries your princess and shuts you up in a tower. Such things cannot happen in invisible kingdoms." "But if we cannot see it, of what use would our kingdom be to us?" asked George, still somewhat puzzled. "You strange man," said the king, and pointing to his forehead, he continued, "you and your princess see it well enough. You see the castles and gardens, the meadows and forests which belong to your kingdom. You live in it, walk in it, do whatever you like with it. It is only other people who do not see it." Then the dreamer was highly delighted, for he was beginning to be afraid lest the village people should look enviously at him if he came home with his princess and was king. He took a very touching leave of the King of Dreams, climbed the 500 steps with his princess, took the silver veil off her head, and threw it down. Then he wanted to shut the trapdoor, but it was so heavy that he could not hold it. So he let it fall, and the noise it made was as great as the noise of many cannons shot off at the same time, and for a moment he became unconscious. When he came to himself again, he was sitting in front of his cottage with the princess sitting on the millstone at his side, and she was of flesh and blood like any other person. She was holding his hand, stroking it and saying, "You dear, good, silly man, you have not dared tell me how much you love me for such a long time. Have you been very much afraid of me?" and the moon rose and illumined the river. The waves beat against the banks, and the forest rustled, but they still sat there and talked. Suddenly, it seemed as if a small black cloud was passing over the moon, and all at once, something like a large folded shawl fell at their feet. Then the moon stood out again in her full glory. They lifted up the cloth and began to spread it out, but they took a long time over this, for it was very fine and folded many 100 times. When it was quite spread out, it looked like a large map. In the middle was a river, and on both sides were towns, forests, and lakes. Then they noticed that it was a kingdom, and knew that the good Dream King must have sent it down to them from the sky. And when they looked at their little cottage, it had become a beautiful castle with glass stairs, marble walls, velvet carpets, and pointed blue tiled towers. Then they took hands and went into the castle, where their subjects were already assembled. The servants bowed low, drums and trumpets sounded, and little pages went before them strewing flowers. They were king and queen. The next morning, the news that George the Dreamer had come back and had brought a wife with him ran like wildfire through the village. "She is probably very clever," the people said. "I saw her early this morning when I went into the forest," said a peasant. "She was standing at the door with him. She's nothing special, quite an ordinary person, small and delicate looking, and rather shabbily dressed." What did he see in her? He has nothing, and she probably has nothing. So the stupid people chattered, for they could not see that she was a princess, and in their stupidity they did not see that the house had changed into a great, wonderful castle, for the kingdom that had come down from the sky for George the Dreamer was an invisible one. So he did not trouble about the stupid people, but lived happily and contentedly in his kingdom with his princess, who presented him with 6 children, each one more beautiful than the other, and they were all 6 princes and princesses. But no one in the village knew it, for they were quite ordinary people and much too silly to notice. There were 4 kings: the king of the north, the region of perpetual snow; the king of the south, where the sun shines all year round; the king of the east, from whence the cold winds blow; and the king of the west, where the gentle zephyrs breathe upon the flowers and coax them to open their petals while the rest of the world is still sleeping. And there was the great dragon, who lived on top of a high mountain in the center of the universe. He could see everything that happened everywhere by means of his magic spectacles, which enabled him to look all ways at once and to see through solid substances. But he could only see, not hear, for he was as deaf as a post. Now the king of the north had a beautiful daughter called Crystal. Her eyes were bright like the stars, her hair was black like the sky at night, and her skin was as white as the snow which covered the ground outside the palace where she lived, which was built entirely of crystals clear as the clearest glass. And the king of the south had a son who had been named Sunshine on account of his brightness and warmth of heart. The king of the east had a son who, because he was up early and was very industrious, had been given the name of Sunrise. The king of the west also had a son, perhaps the handsomest of the 3, and always magnificently dressed. But as it took him all day to prepare, so that he was never seen before evening, he received the name of Sunset. All three princes were in love with the Princess Crystal, each hoping to win her for his bride. When they had the chance, they would go and peep at her as she wandered up and down in her glass palace. But she liked Prince Sunshine best because he stayed longer than the others and was always such excellent company. Prince Sunrise was too busy to be able to spare her more than half an hour or so, and Prince Sunset never came until she was getting too tired and sleepy to care to see him. It was of no use, however, for her hope that Sunshine would be her husband just because she happened to prefer him to the others. Her father, the stern, blusterous old king, with a beard made of icicles so long that it reached to his waist and kept his heart cold, declared that he had no patience for such nonsense as likes and dislikes. And one day he announced, far and wide, in a voice that was heard by the other three kings and which made the earth shake, so that the great green dragon immediately looked through his spectacles to see what was happening. He who would win my daughter must first bring me the casket containing the hidden treasure. Of course, the dragon was none the wiser for looking through his spectacles, because the words, loud they were, could not be heard by his deaf ears. But the other kings listened diligently, as did the young princes, and poor Princess Crystal trembled in her beautiful palace lest Sunrise, who was always up so early, should find the treasure before Sunshine had a chance. She was not much afraid of the indolent Sunset, except that it might occur to him to look in some spot forgotten by his rivals. Very early indeed on the following morning did Prince Sunrise set to work. He glided along the surface of the earth, keeping close to the ground in his anxiety not to miss a single square inch. He knew he was not first in the field, for the Northern King's proclamation had been made towards evening on the previous day, and Prince Sunset had bestirred himself for once and had lingered about rather later than usual, being desirous of finding the treasure and winning the charming princess. But the early morning was passing, and very soon the cheery sunshine had possession of the entire land and flooded Crystal's palace with a look from his loving eyes which bade her not despair. Then he talked to the trees and the green fields and the flowers, begging them to give up the secret in return for the warmth and gladness he shed so freely on them. But they were silent, except that the trees sighed their sorrow of not being able to help him, and the long grasses rustled a whispered regret, and the flowers bowed their heads in grief. Not discouraged, however, Prince Sunshine went to the brooks and rivers and asked their assistance, but they too were helpless. The brooks gurgled out great tears of woe, which rushed down to the rivers and so overcame them, sorry as they were on account of their own inability to help, that they nearly overflowed their banks and went tumbling into the sea, who, of course, wanted to know what was the matter, but when told, all the sea could do was to thunder a loud and continuous no on all its beaches. So Prince Sunshine had to pass on and seek help elsewhere. He tried to make the great dragon understand, but it could not hear him. Other animals could, though, and he went from one to another as cheerful as ever, in spite of all the no's he had met with, until at last he knew by the twittering of the birds that he was going to be successful. "We go everywhere and learn most things," said the swallows, flying up and down in the air, full of excitement and joy at being able to reward their beloved sunshine for all his kindness to them. "And we know this much, at any rate: the hidden treasure can only be found by him who looks at its hiding place through the dragon's magic spectacles." Prince Sunshine exclaimed that he would go at once and borrow these wonderful spectacles, but a solemn-looking old owl spoke up. "Be not in such a hurry, most noble prince. The dragon will slay anyone, even so exalted a personage as yourself, who attempts to remove those spectacles while he is awake. And, as is well known, he never allows himself to sleep, for fear of losing some important sight." "Then what is to be done?" asked the prince, beginning to grow impatient at last, for the afternoon was now well advanced, and Prince Sunset would soon be on the warpath again. A majestic eagle came swooping down from the clouds. "There is only one thing in all the world," said he, "which can send the dragon to sleep, and that is a caress from the hand of the Princess Crystal." Sunshine waited to hear no more. Smiling his thanks, he hastened away to put his dear Crystal's love to the test. She had never yet ventured outside the covered gardens of her palace. Would she go with him now and approach the great dragon and soothe its savage watchfulness into the necessary repose? As he made the request, there stole into the princess's cheeks the first faint tinge of color that had ever been seen there. "My robe is of snow," she faltered. "If I go outside these crystal walls into your radiant presence, it will surely melt." "You look as if you yourself would melt at my first caress, you beautiful living snowflake," replied the prince. "But have no fear. See, I have my own mantle ready to enfold you. Come, princess, and trust yourself to me." Then, for the first time in her life, Princess Crystal stole out of her palace and was immediately wrapped in Prince Sunshine's warm mantle, which caused her to glow all over. Her face grew quite rosy, and she looked more than usually lovely, so that the prince longed to kiss her, but she was not one yet, and she might have been offended at his taking such a liberty. Therefore he had to be content to have her beside him in his golden chariot with the fiery horses, which flew through space so quickly that they soon stood on the high mountain where the dragon sat watching them through his spectacles, wondering what the princess was doing so far from home and what her father would think if he discovered her absence. It was no use explaining matters to the dragon, even had they wished to do so, but of course nothing was further from their intention. Holding Prince Sunshine's hand to give her courage, the princess approached the huge beast and timidly laid her fingers on his head. "This is very nice and soothing," thought the dragon, licking his lips. "Very kind of her to come, I'm sure, but, dear me, this won't do." He tried to rise, but the gentle hand prevented that. A sensation of drowsiness stole through all his veins, which would have been delightful but for his determination never to sleep. As it was, he opened his mouth to give a hiss that would surely have frightened the poor princess out of her wits, but he fell asleep before he could so much as begin it. His mouth remained wide open, but his eyes closed, and his great head began to nod in a very funny manner. Directly, they were satisfied that he really slept. Prince Sunshine helped himself to the dragon's spectacles, requesting the princess not to remove her hand, lest the slumber should not last long enough for their purpose. Then he put on the spectacles, and Princess Crystal exclaimed with fear and horror when, as though in result of his doing so, she saw her beloved prince plunge his right hand into the dragon's mouth. Prince Sunshine had stood facing the huge beast as he transferred the spectacles to his own nose, and naturally enough the first thing he saw through them was the interior of the dragon's mouth, with the tongue raised and shot forward in readiness for the hiss which sleep had intercepted, and under the tongue was the golden casket containing the hidden treasure. The spectacles enabled the prince to see through the cover, so he learned the secret at once and knew why the king of the north was so anxious to possess himself of it. The great treasure being a pair of spectacles exactly like those hitherto always worn by the dragon and by him alone, which would keep the king informed of all that was going on in every corner of his kingdom, so that he could always punish or reward the right people and never make mistakes. Also, he could learn a great deal of his neighbors' affairs, which is pleasant even to a king. The princess was overjoyed when she knew the casket was already found. She very nearly removed her hand in her eagerness to inspect it, but fortunately she remembered just in time and kept quite still until Prince Sunshine had drawn his chariot so close that they could both get into it without moving out of reach of the dragon's head. Then, placing the spectacles, not in their accustomed place, but on the ground just beneath, and laying the golden casket on the princess's lap, the prince said as he gathered up the reins, "Now, my dearly beloved Crystal, really mine at last, take away your hand and let us fly, without an instant's delay, to the court of the king, your royal father." It is well they had prepared for immediate departure. Directly the princess's hand was raised from the dragon's head, his senses returned to him, and finding his mouth open ready for hissing, he hissed with all his angry might, and looked about for his spectacles, that he might pursue and slay those who had robbed him, for of course he missed the casket at once. But he was a prisoner on that mountain, and unable to leave it, though he flapped his great wings in terrible wrath when he saw the prince and princess, instead of driving down the miles and miles of mountainside as he had hoped, being carried by the fiery horses right through the air where he could not reach them. They only laughed when they heard the hiss and the noise made by the useless flapping of the wings. Prince Sunshine urged on his willing steeds, and they arrived at the court just as the king, Crystal's father, was going to dinner, and he was so delighted at having the treasure he had so long coveted that he ordered the marriage to take place at once. Prince Sunset called just in time to be best man, looking exceedingly gorgeous and handsome, though very disappointed to have lost the princess. And the festivities were kept up all night, so that Prince Sunrise was able to offer his good wishes when he came early in the morning, flushed with the haste he had made to assure Prince Sunshine that he bore him no ill will for having carried off the prize. Princess Crystal never returned to her palace, except to peep at it occasionally. She liked going everywhere with her husband, who, she found, lived by no means an idle life, but went about doing good. Grumbled at sometimes, of course, for some people will grumble even at their best friend, but more generally loved and blessed by all who knew him. Long ago and far away, a stork swept high over the Bohemian forest. It was a most important duty that had brought him from his own marshes into this mountainous region where far and wide no croak of a frog could be heard. In his beak he carried 2 little children, a boy and a girl, both intended for the knight who lived in the gloomy fortress below. Smaller and smaller grew the circles made by the stork in his flight. Lower and lower he sank towards the earth, until at length he rested on the highest chimney of the castle. Before letting the children slip down the narrow black hole, he paused and looked carefully around. While in the air, this old castle, with its round turrets glittering in the rising sun, had appeared to him a most stately edifice. But now, when quite close, the stork discovered many things that did not please him. The walls were sadly out of repair. There were holes in the roof, while the courtyard was overgrown with weeds. "I do not like this," said the stork, looking thoughtfully down his long red beak. "This place seems to have a very bad landlord. A knight who cannot keep his castle in proper repair certainly does not deserve 2 children. I will take one away with me." Now, which should he have, the boy or the girl? Thought the stork. He looked once more thoughtfully down his long beak and on to the 2 children smiling happily in their dreams. "I think I will give him the boy," he said at length. "He will push his way in this wretched place better than the girl." With these words, he made a movement to throw the little boy down the chimney. This, however, was not so easy as the stork had thought. In their sleep, the little ones had embraced each other and would not let go. "I have never had 2 such willful little creatures in my beak before," exclaimed the stork angrily. Then he began to shake them, at first gently, then harder, and at last so roughly that the children half awoke from their dreams and looked at each other with blinking eyes. After this, the boy held on even tighter to his companion, and no wonder, for the little girl had shown him a pair of blue eyes of such wondrous beauty that there were not many like them in the world. But the stork, now thoroughly angry, gave the poor little fellow a kick that sent him head first down the castle chimney. "Now, what shall I do with the other little thing?" said the stork thoughtfully, scratching the back of his ear. "Ah, yes, I have it," he cried. The little girl had kept on blinking her eyes, and the stork had also seen their beautiful blue. Such eyes can only belong to Norway. High overhead soared the stork. Powerfully his wings clove the air as he sailed away towards the north. In the midst of the blue Baltic Sea, a little wooded island lay sparkling like a green jewel. Here lived Bjorn, a grim old sea king of Norwegian blood. Every year, he and his men plowed the sea with their swift ships, and very rich was the spoil he brought home to his strong castle that stood in the center of the island, defended by wall and moat. To this castle, the stork bore the little maiden on his strong wings. Bjorn and his men were sitting in the spacious hall, drinking from golden cups the sweet wine they had brought back in their ships from the sunny land of Greece. Very wild was their joy when the little maiden came down the chimney, and throughout the whole night their boisterous songs could be heard far across the wide sea, and the little sparkling waves sang in reply a rushing murmuring song to celebrate the arrival of the young child. "To our sea king a little daughter has been born," they sang, "a beautiful little maiden with eyes blue as the sea, locks fair as the sea foam, and lips rosy as the morning sunrise that gilds the crest of the waves." Even the silly fishes rejoiced, but as they could not sing, they leapt into the air, high up out of the waves, and their scales glittered in the moonlight like gold and silver. For many days and many nights in celebration, Bjorn and his crew drank of the pearly wine. At last, Bjorn could be idle at home no longer. His restlessness grew more and more each day that passed, so he ordered his ships and sailed away, leaving the child, to whom he had given the name of Swanhild, in charge of a faithful nurse. On this voyage, Bjorn encountered more storms and enemies than he had ever done before. Often, while on the tossing billows, he thought with longing of the little one at home. Yet many long years passed before he could finally return home laden with rich spoil. As he set foot on the little island, he was greeted by a beautiful maiden with deep blue eyes, rosy lips, and the fair hair of Norway. Full of joy, Bjorn clasped his lovely child to his heart. Then he sat with his men in the castle hall, drinking the costly Grecian wine. Swanhild had never before seen such noisy feasts. Often, on moonlit nights, she would leave the castle and wander alone on the seashore. One evening, as she wandered, clad in her white garments and with her fair head bent towards the waves, she was seen by a wicked magician who had flown through the air on a black goat. He came from the cliffs of Norway, where he had been sent to seize the soul of a poor Laplander who had stolen his neighbor's reindeer, and he was now traveling to Blocksberg to take this soul to his master, a powerful evil spirit. When the magician saw Swanhild, he was much delighted. He had never before beheld anyone so lovely. But alas, while he was lost in contemplation of her beauty, the soul of the little Laplander escaped and flew away. He let it go. Then, seeking a secluded spot, he at once summoned a number of crabs and water beetles, which he placed in 3 shining seashells. One touch of his staff changed these shells filled with crabs and water beetles into magnificent vessels full of well-armed men. His black goat became a skald and played the harp. Then, transforming himself into a handsome young Viking, he ordered the sails to be hoisted, and rounding a wooded promontory, sailed into the bay where Bjorn's vessel lay. Loudly the sentries on Bjorn's ship blew their horns. Louder yet rang out the answering blast from the castle. Fiercely, Bjorn and his men broke through the forest. Furious was their war cry, shrilly clanged their weapons. The strange Viking stepped forward boldly and extended his hand to Bjorn in token of friendship, seeking hospitality for himself and his men. Bjorn let himself be persuaded. He led the strangers into his splendid halls and drank and feasted with them many days and many nights. Then the strange hero ordered rich presents to be brought from his ships, garments studded with jewels, gold ornaments, and shining swords. This completely deceived Bjorn and his followers, and when the stranger asked for Swanhild in marriage, the Viking readily gave his consent. That Swanhild turned pale no one noticed, nor did they notice that she wept nightly in the solitude of her chamber. The marriage day at length arrived, but when everything was ready and Swanhild, in glittering array, was being led towards the stranger, she, with a quick movement, turned her back on him and fled to her chamber. Loudly raged the father, his eyes glowing with fury. But wilder still rolled the eyes of the stranger. He broke into a laugh and cried with a mocking voice, "You shall all pay for this." One look from those fierce eyes, and his men became a crowd of crabs and water beetles. The skald threw away his harp and stood there a black goat with fiery eyes. The stranger shook off his armor and was a horrible old man. Bjorn grew pale with terror. His followers began to tremble and shake. Another look from the magician, and they all shrank together, and a crawling mass of frogs covered the floor, and Bjorn was the largest of them all. Then opening door and gate, the magician drove them out into the marshy moat. Here they dived. The magician then locked the door and threw the key into the moat. At her chamber windows, Swanhild sat weeping. He looked up at her furiously, but she was so good and pure, his glance had no power over her. He shook his fist threateningly. "Now sit there all alone," he cried. "Since you will not marry me, you cannot escape, and no one can deliver you, for my goat keeps guard." He flew away whistling. The black goat walked round and round the moat, his eyes gleaming like living coals. The frogs croaked in the evening light, and above in her chamber, Swanhild wept solitary and forsaken. Meanwhile, far, far away, the boy left by the stork at the gloomy castle in the Bohemian forest had become a valiant knight who knew well how to use his sword. Yet so strange a knight he was, because he had never before sat in Walnut Tree Castle. This was the name of his ancestral home. Since his father's death, Welf had lived quite alone in the ruined castle, for none of the servants would stay after the old knight died. But this did not trouble Welf. He did not care to hunt the wild boar through the thicket, or kill the frightened stag. His chief pleasure was to stretch himself on the thick, soft moss and gaze through the green branches of the forest trees at the blue heavens that smiled here and there in the flocks through the thick foliage. He also loved to seek forest flowers. Little blue flowers were his favorites. Where this preference for blue flowers came, he knew not, but ever since he was a young child, he often dreamt of a beautiful maiden with blue eyes clear as the sky. When tired of looking up at the blue heaven or seeking flowers, he would stand at one of the castle windows, gazing thoughtfully out into the blue distance. Far away yonder, so ran his thoughts at these times. Where the blue heaven bends down to touch the earth, should I not find happiness there? Were it not better to journey abroad in search of happiness than to remain alone in this solitary castle, through whose walls the wind whistles, while owls and bats are now the only occupants of its once stately halls? But though longing to go out into the world, Welf remained in the ruined castle in obedience to an old command of one of his ancestors. In the middle of the castle court, there grew in the cleft of a rock a gigantic walnut tree. From it the castle had received its name. The nut from which this tree had sprung had been planted in olden times by one of Welf's ancestors, who at the same time had carved these words on the rock: "Where flourishes this tree, there shall my house remain. While it stands, forsake it not in search abroad for fame. But should the ancient glory from these halls ever disappear, life from this tree shall make it shine once more bright and clear." Their splendor had long since disappeared, and how the tree could restore it, Welf could not imagine. Still, he remained obedient to the command. One evening, a mighty storm arose. Black clouds obscured the sky. The lightning flashed. The thunder rolled. The storm raged through the forest. The moldering stones of the old castle slipped from their places, and the wind whistled through the gaps and raged through the old rooms and passages. Then a flash of lightning, a clap of thunder, the castle was in ruins. Welf escaped into the open air. Before him lay the walnut tree, shivered by the lightning. He immediately saddled his horse. What need to remain here longer? Hastily snatching a few nuts that lay among the shattered branches, he concealed them in his doublet as a remembrance, and then he rode away through the gloomy forest. Far and wide, Welf wandered over the green earth beneath the blue heavens, encountering many enemies. But in spite of all, he kept courageously on his way, until one day his path led through a thick forest of beech trees. He looked around thoughtfully as his horse scattered the fallen leaves at every step. Suddenly he looked up. What was it that shimmered so blue through the trees? Welf urged his horse forward, but beneath a giant beech at the edge of the forest he halted. The endless sea lay before him. Here is blue heaven above and beneath. Surely I shall find happiness here, thought Welf, as he swung himself to earth. Without a thought, he left his horse and hastened to the shore. On the soft waves, a small boat was rocking. Welf sprang in and loosened the chain. Lightly, the waves bore the boat out into the blue distance. For a long time, Welf lay contentedly in the bottom of the boat. He felt as though he were a little child folded into his mother's arms, safe from all want and danger. And he thought the waves wished to tell him something, but he could not understand their language. Yet he saw that they bore his boat ever more swiftly forward, and he rejoiced at the increasing speed. Finally, there was a grating sound under the keel. Welf had reached land at last. Before him lay a wooded island. Above the tops of the trees rose the turrets of a stately castle. He hastened forward and arrived at the castle moat. An unearthly stillness reigned over all around. Nothing moved except for a swarm of frogs. These swam round and round in the moat, or sat on the leaves of the water lilies, and croaked in what seemed to Welf most sorrowful tones. But the largest among them behaved in a most extraordinary manner. He was forever trying to climb up the castle wall, but if after much trouble he managed to get up a little way, he always fell back again. Then he would seat himself on a water lily, look upwards, and wipe his eyes as though he were weeping. Watching with curiosity, Welf also looked up, and his heart leaped for joy. "Happiness at last," he exclaimed. "Those blue eyes." But suddenly, out of nowhere, a violent push from an angry goat sent him flying into the middle of the moat. Welf felt himself sinking fast. His feet got entangled among the twisted roots of the water lilies. With great difficulty, he managed to keep his head above the water. "And here I must die," said he in anguish. Just then from his doublet sounded soft little voices. "The blessings of your ancestors are near. Do not despair, for help is here." And behold, all around him now began a wonderful rustling and moving. He groped about with his hands and felt that tender little roots had forced their way through his doublet and were taking root in the slime. And all around him he saw little green walnut tree leaves rising out of the water. Twigs followed the leaves, and these again became branches. Wal felt he was being forced upwards. Soon he was safely out of the water. Looking up, he saw Swanhild's blue eyes. He stretched out his arms towards her, and she smiled. Higher and higher Welf was borne. 5 strong walnut trees grew beneath him and bore him up on their branches. Soon he could reach up and touch Swanhild's hands, and finally he sat by her at the window and gazed into her blue eyes. "What is your name?" he asked. "Swanhild," she replied. "It is a very beautiful name," said Welf, "but for my sake you must now be called Little Blue Flower. Ever since I was a child, I saw your eyes in my dreams. They appeared to me like little blue flowers, and every day I searched for these flowers in the forest, but they were never sufficiently beautiful. Now you shall be my little blue flower." And then he gave her a kiss. Shortly after, a fresh movement began in the moat below. The stout frog was able to scramble up the crooked, rough stems of the walnut tree better than up the smooth castle wall. Boldly he climbed, and the whole army of frogs followed him. At length he reached the top. Swanhild gently laid her hand on his head, and instead of the frog, old Bjorn sat on one of the branches of the walnut tree and embraced and kissed both his daughter and Welf. Then the other frogs came, and Swanhild laid her hand on them all. Soon all Bjorn's followers were sitting in crowds on the branches, dangling their legs for joy. Meanwhile, despite all the happiness and joy from the happy reunion, the black goat ran round and round the castle moat in full anger, rolling his great fiery eyes. Just as the last frog was changed, a mighty rushing noise was heard. The magician flew raging through the air. With his magic staff, he struck the poor goat a fierce blow, and then rode back on him to Blocksberg. In Blocksberg, things went very badly for him because he came without the soul of the little Laplander, and as such he was severely punished. Bjorn and Welf and all his men joyfully entered the castle through Swanhild's window. A few days later, Swanhild's marriage with Welf was celebrated with great feast and splendor, and they lived together in peace and happiness to the end of their days. An old couple once lived in a hut under a grove of palm trees, and they had one son and one daughter. They were all very happy together for many years, and then the father became ill and felt he was going to die. He called his children to the place where he lay on the floor, for no one had any beds in that country, and said to his son, "I have no herds of cattle to leave you, only the few things that are in the house, for I am a poor man, as you know. But choose, will you have my blessing or my property?" "Your property, certainly," answered the son, and his father nodded. "And you?" asked the old man of the girl who stood by her brother. "I will have blessing," she answered, and her father gave her much blessing. That night he died, and his wife and son and daughter mourned for him for 7 days and gave him a burial according to the custom of his people. But hardly was the time of mourning over than the mother was attacked by a disease which was common in that country. "I am going away from you," she said to her children in a faint voice. "But first, my son, choose which you will have, blessing or property." "Property, certainly," answered the son. "And you, my daughter?" "I will have blessing," said the girl. And her mother gave her much blessing, and that night she died. When the days of mourning were ended, the brother bade his sister put outside the hut all that belonged to his father and his mother. So the girl put them out, and he took them away, save only a small pot and a vessel in which she could clean her corn, but she had no corn to clean. She sat at home, sad and hungry, when a neighbor knocked at the door. "My pot has cracked in the fire. Lend me yours to cook my supper in, and I will give you a handful of corn in return." And the girl was glad, and that night she was able to supper herself. And next day another woman borrowed her pot, and then another and another, for never were known so many accidents as befell the village pots at that time. She soon grew quite plump with all the corn she earned with the help of her pot, and then one evening she picked up a pumpkin seed in a corner and planted it near her well, and it sprang up and gave her many pumpkins. At last it happened that a youth from her village passed through the place where the girl's brother was, and the two men met and talked. "What news is there of my sister?" asked the young man, with whom things had gone badly, for he was idle. "She is plump and well liked," replied the youth, "for the women borrow her mortar to clean their corn, and borrow her pot to cook in it, and for all this they give her more food than she can eat." And he went his way. Now the brother was filled with envy at the words of the man, and he set out at once, and before dawn he had reached the hut and saw the pot and the mortar were standing outside. He slung them over his shoulders and departed, pleased with his own cleverness. But when his sister awoke and sought for the pot to cook her corn for breakfast, she could find it nowhere. At length she said to herself, "Well, some thief must have stolen them while I slept. I'll go and see if any of my pumpkins are ripe." And indeed they were, and so many that the tree was almost broken by the weight of them. So she ate what she wanted and took the others to the village and gave them in exchange for corn. and the woman said no pumpkins were as sweet as these, and that she was to bring every day all that she had. In this way, she earned more than she needed for herself, and soon was able to get another mortar and cooking pot in exchange for her corn. Then she thought she was quite rich. Unluckily, someone else thought so too, and this was her brother's wife, who had heard all about the pumpkin tree and sent her slave with a handful of grain to buy her a pumpkin. At first the girl told him that so few were left that she could not spare any, but when she found that he belonged to her brother, she changed her mind and went to the tree and gathered the largest and the ripest that was there. "Take this one," she said to the slave, "and carry it back to your mistress, but tell her to keep the corn as the pumpkin is a gift." The brother's wife was overjoyed at the sight of the fruit, and when she tasted it, she declared it was the nicest she had ever eaten. Indeed, all night she thought of nothing else, and early in the morning she called another slave, for she was a rich woman, and bade him go and ask for another pumpkin. But the girl, who had just been out to look at her tree, told him that they were all eaten, so he went back empty-handed to his mistress. In the evening, her husband returned from hunting a long way off and found his wife in tears. "What's the matter?" he asked. "I sent a slave with some grain to your sister to buy some pumpkins, but she would not sell me any and told me there were none, though I know she lets other people buy them." "Well, never mind now, go to sleep," said he, "and tomorrow I will go and pull up the pumpkin tree, and that will punish her for treating you so badly." So before sunrise he got up and set out for his sister's house and found her cleaning some corn. "Why did you refuse to sell my wife a pumpkin yesterday when she wanted one?" he asked. "The old ones are finished, and the new ones are not yet come," answered the girl. "When her slave arrived 2 days ago, there were only 4 left, but I gave him one and would take no corn for it." "I don't believe you. You have sold them all to other people." "I shall go and cut down the pumpkin," cried her brother in a rage. "If you cut down the pumpkin, you shall cut off my hand with it," exclaimed the girl, running up to her tree and catching hold of it. But her brother followed, and with one blow cut off the pumpkin and her hand too. Then he went into the house and took away everything he could find, and sold the house to a friend of his who had long wished to have it, and his sister had no home to go to. Meanwhile, she had bathed her arm carefully and bound on it some healing leaves that grew nearby, and wrapped a cloth round the leaves and went to hide in the forest, that her brother might not find her again. For 7 days she wandered about, eating only the fruit that hung from the trees above her, and every night she climbed up and tucked herself safely among the creepers which bound together the big branches, so that neither lions nor tigers nor panthers might get at her. When she woke up on the 7th morning, she saw from her perch smoke coming up from a little town on the edge of the forest. The sight of the huts made her feel more lonely and helpless than before. She longed desperately for some milk from a gourd, for there were no streams in that part, and she was very thirsty. But how was she to earn anything with only one hand? And at this thought, her courage failed, and she began to cry bitterly. It happened that the king's son had come from the town very early to shoot birds, and when the sun grew hot, he left tired. "I will lie here and rest under this tree," he said to his attendants. "You can go and shoot instead, and I will just have this slave to stay with me." Away they went, and the young man fell asleep and slept long. Suddenly he was awakened by something wet and salty falling on his face. "What is that? Is it raining?" he said to his slave. "Go and look." "No, master, it is not raining," answered the slave. "Then climb up the tree and see what it is." And the slave climbed up and came back and told his master that a beautiful girl was sitting up there, and that it must have been her tears which had fallen on the face of the king's son. "Why was she crying?" inquired the prince. "I can't tell. I did not dare to ask her, but perhaps she will tell you." And the master, greatly wondering, climbed up the tree. "What's the matter?" said he gently. And as she only sobbed louder, he continued, "Are you a woman or a spirit of the woods?" "I'm a woman," she answered slowly, wiping her eyes with a leaf of the creeper that hung about her. "Then why do you cry?" he persisted. "I have many things to cry for," she replied, "more than you could ever guess." "Come home with me," said the prince. "It is not very far. Come home to my father and mother. I am a king's son." "Then why are you here?" she said, opening her eyes and staring at him. "Once every month, my friends and I shoot birds in the forest," he answered. "But I was tired and bade them leave me to rest. And you, what are you doing up in this tree?" At that she began to cry again, and told the king's son all that had befallen her since the death of her mother. "I cannot come down with you, for I don't want anyone to see me," she ended with a sob. "Oh, I will manage all that," said the king's son, and swinging himself to a lower branch, he bade his slave go quickly into the town and bring back with him 4 strong men and a curtained litter. When the man was gone, the girl climbed down and hid herself on the ground in some bushes. Very soon the slave returned with the litter, which was placed on the ground close to the bushes where the girl lay. "Now go, all of you, and call my attendants, for I do not wish to stay here any longer," he said to the men. And as soon as they were all out of sight, he bade the girl get into the litter and fastened the curtains tightly. Then he got in on the other side and waited till his attendants came up. "What's the matter, O son of a king?" asked they, breathless with running. "I think I'm ill. I'm cold," he said, and signing to the bearers, he drew the curtains and was carried through the forest right inside his own house. "Tell my father and mother that I have a fever and want some gruel," said he, "and bid them send it quickly." So the slave hastened to the king's palace and gave his message, which troubled both the king and the queen greatly. A pot of hot gruel was instantly prepared and carried over to the sick man. And as soon as the council which was sitting was over, the king and his ministers went to pay him a visit, bearing a message from the queen that she would follow a little later. Now the prince had pretended to be ill in order to soften his parents' hearts, and the next day he declared he felt better, and getting into his litter was carried to the palace in state, drums being beaten all along the road. He dismounted at the foot of the steps and walked up. Then he entered the cool, dark room where his father and mother were sitting and said to them, "I saw a girl yesterday in the forest whom I wish to marry, and unknown to my attendants, I brought her back to my house in a litter. Give me your consent, for no other woman pleases me as well, even though she only has one hand." Of course, the king and queen would have preferred a daughter-in-law with 2 hands, and one who could have brought riches with her, but they could not bear to say no to their son, so they told him it should be as he chose, and that the wedding feast should be prepared immediately. The girl could scarcely believe her good fortune, and in gratitude for all the kindness shown her, was so useful and pleasant to her husband's parents that they soon loved her. By and by, a baby was born to her, and soon after that, the prince was sent on a journey by his father to visit some of the distant towns of the kingdom and to set right things that had gone wrong. No sooner had he started than the girl's brother, who had wasted all the riches his wife had brought him in recklessness and folly, and was now very poor, chanced to come into the town, and as he passed, he heard a man say, "Do you know that the king's son has married a woman who has lost one of her hands?" On hearing these words, the brother stopped and asked, "Where did he find such a woman?" "In the forest," answered the man, and the cruel brother guessed at once it must be his sister. A great rage took possession of his soul as he thought of the girl whom he had tried to ruin being after all so much better off than himself, and he vowed that he would work her ill. Therefore, that very afternoon, he made his way to the palace and asked to see the king. When he was admitted to his presence, he knelt down and touched the ground with his forehead, and the king bade him stand up and tell wherefore he had come. "By the kindness of your heart have you been deceived, O king," said he. "Your son has married a girl who has lost a hand. Do you know why she had lost it? She was a witch and has wedded 3 husbands, and each husband she has put to death with her arts. Then the people of the town cut off her hand and turned her into the forest. And what I say is true, for her town is my town also." The king listened, and his face grew dark. Unluckily, he had a hasty temper and did not stop to reason, and instead of sending to the town and discovering people who knew his daughter-in-law and could have told him how hard she had worked and how poor she had been, he believed all the brothers' lying words and made the queen believe them too. Together they took counsel what they should do, and in the end they decided that they also would put her out of town, but this did not content the brother. "Kill her," he said. "It is no more than she deserves for daring to marry the king's son. Then she can do no more hurt to anyone." "We cannot kill her," answered they. "If we did, our son would surely kill us. Let us do as the others did, and put her out of the town." And with this the envious brother was forced to be content. The poor girl loved her husband very much, but just then the baby was more to her than all else in the world, and as long as she had him with her, she did not very much mind anything. So taking her son on her arm and hanging a little earthen pot for cooking round her neck, she left her house with its great peacock fans and slaves and seats of ivory and plunged into the forest. For a while she walked, not knowing whither she went. Then by and by she grew tired and sat under a tree to rest and to hush her baby to sleep. Suddenly she raised her eyes and saw a snake wriggling from under the bushes towards her. "I'm a dead woman," she said to herself, and stayed quite still, for indeed she was too frightened to move. In another minute, the snake had reached her side, and to her surprise, he spoke. "Open your earthen pot and let me go in. Save me from the sun, and I will save you from rain." And she opened the pot, and when the snake had slipped in, she put on the cover. Soon she beheld another snake coming after the other one, and when it had reached her, it stopped and said, "Did you see a small gray snake pass this way just now?" "Yes," she answered. "It was going very quickly." "Ah, I must hurry and catch it up," replied the second snake, and it hastened on. When it was out of sight, a voice from the pot said, "Uncover me." And she lifted the lid, and the little gray snake slid rapidly to the ground. "I am safe now," he said. "But tell me, where are you going?" "I cannot tell you, for I do not know," she answered. "I am just wandering in the wood." "Follow me, and let us go home together," said the snake. And the girl followed him through the forest and along the green paths till they came to a great lake where they stopped to rest. "The sun is hot," said the snake, "and you have walked far. Take your baby and bathe in that cool place where the branches of the tree stretch far over the water." "Yes, I will," answered she, and they went in. The baby splashed and played with delight, and then he gave a spring and fell right in, down, 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 and his mother could not find him, though she searched all among the reeds. Full of terror, she made her way back to the bank and called to the snake, "My baby is gone. He is drowned, and never shall I see him again." "Go in once more," said the snake, "and feel everywhere, even among the trees that have their roots in the water, lest perhaps he may be held fast there." Swiftly she went back and felt everywhere with her whole hand, even putting her fingers into the tiniest crannies where a crab could hardly have taken shelter. "No, he's not there," she cried. "How am I to live without him?" But the snake took no notice and only answered, "Put your other arm in too." "What is the use of that?" she asked, "when it has no hand to feel with?" But all the same she did as she was bid, and in an instant the wounded arm touched something round and soft lying between two stones in a clump of reeds. "My baby," she shouted, and lifted him up, merry and laughing, and not a bit hurt or frightened. "Have you found him this time?" asked the snake. "Yes, oh yes," she answered. "And why have I got my hand back again?" And from sheer joy she burst into tears. The snake let her weep for a little while, and then he said, "Now we will journey on to my family, and we will all repay you for your kindness you showed to me." "You have done more than enough in giving me back my hand," replied the girl, but the snake only smiled. "Be quick, lest the sun should set," he answered, and began to wriggle along so fast that the girl could hardly follow him. By and by they arrived at the house in a tree where the snake lived when he was not traveling with his father and mother, and he told them all his adventures and how he had escaped from his enemy. The father and mother snake could not do enough to show their gratitude. They made their guest lie down on a hammock woven of the strong creepers which hung from branch to branch till she was quite rested after her wanderings, while they watched the baby and gave him milk to drink from the coconuts which they persuaded their friends, the monkeys, to crack for them. They even managed to carry small fruit tied up in their tails for the baby's mother, who felt at last that she was safe and at peace. Not that she forgot her husband, for she often thought of him and longed to show him her son, and in the night she would sometimes lie awake and wonder where he was. In this manner many weeks passed by, and what was the prince doing? Well, he had fallen very ill when he was on the furthest border of the kingdom, and he was nursed by some kind people who did not know who he was, so that the king and queen heard nothing about him. When he was better, he made his way home again and into his father's palace, where he found a strange man standing behind the throne with the peacock's feathers. This was his wife's brother, whom the king had taken into high favor, though, of course, the prince was quite ignorant of what happened. For a moment, the king and queen stared at their son as if he had been unknown to them. He had grown so thin and weak during his illness that his shoulders were stooped forward like those of an old man. "Have you forgotten me so soon?" he asked. At the sound of his voice, they gave a cry and ran towards him and poured out questions as to what had happened and why he looked like that. But the prince did not answer any of them. "How's my wife?" he said. There was a pause. Then the queen replied, "She is dead." "Dead?" he repeated, stepping a little backwards. "And my child?" "He is dead too." The young man stood silent. Then he said, "Show me their graves." At these words, the king, who had been feeling very uncomfortable, took heart again. For had he not prepared 2 beautiful tombs for his son to see, so that he might never guess what had been done to his wife? All these months, the king and queen had been telling each other how good and merciful they had been not to take her brother's advice and to put her to death. But now this somehow did not seem so certain. Then the king led the way to the courtyard just behind the palace, and through the gate into a beautiful garden where stood 2 splendid tombs in a green space under the trees. The prince advanced alone, and, resting his head against the stone, he burst into tears. His father and mother stood silently behind with a curious pang in their souls, which they did not quite understand. Could it be that they were ashamed of themselves? But after a while the prince turned round, and walking past them into the palace, he bade the slaves bring him mourning. For 7 days no one saw him, but at the end of them he went out hunting and helped his father rule his people. Only no one dared to speak to him of his wife and son. At last, one morning, after the girl had been lying awake all night thinking of her husband, she said to her friend, the snake, "You have all shown me much kindness, but now I am well again and want to go home and hear news of my husband and if he still mourns for me." Now the heart of the snake was sad at her words, but he only said, "Yes, thus it must be. Go and bid farewell to my father and mother, but if they offer you a present, see that you take nothing but my father's ring and my mother's casket." So she went to the parent snakes, who wept bitterly at the thought of losing her, and offered her gold and jewels as much as she could carry in remembrance of them. But the girl shook her head and pushed the shining heap away from her. "I shall never forget you, never," she said in a broken voice. "But the only tokens I will accept from you are that little ring and this old casket." The 2 snakes looked at each other in dismay. The ring and the casket were the only things they did not want her to have. Then, after a short pause, they spoke. "Why do you want the ring and casket so much? Who has told you of them?" "Oh, nobody. It is just my fancy," answered she. But the old snakes shook their heads and replied, "Not so. It is our son who told you, and, as he said, so it must be. If you need food or clothes or a house, tell the ring and it will find them for you. And if you are unhappy or in danger, tell the casket and it will set things right." Then they both gave her their blessing, and she picked up her baby and went her way. She walked for a long time, till at length she came near the town where her husband and his father lived. Here she stopped under a grove of palm trees and told the ring that she wanted a house. "It is ready, mistress," whispered a queer little voice which made her jump, and looking behind her, she saw a lovely palace made of the finest woods. Glad indeed was she to enter, for she was very tired, and after eating a good supper of fruit and milk which she found in one of the rooms, she flung herself down on a pile of cushions and went to sleep with her baby beside her. Here she stayed quietly, and every day the baby grew taller and stronger, and very soon he could run about and even talk. Of course, the neighbors had a great deal to say about the house which had been built so quickly, so very quickly, on the outskirts of the town, and invented all kinds of stories about the rich lady who lived in it. And by, when the king returned with his son from the war, some of these tales reached his ears. "It is really very odd about that house under the palms," he said to the queen. "I must find out something of the lady whom no one ever sees. I dare say it is not a lady at all, but a gang of conspirators who want to get possession of my throne. Tomorrow I shall take my son and my chief ministers and insist on getting inside." Soon after sunrise next day, the prince's wife was standing on a little hill behind the house when she saw a cloud of dust coming through the town. A moment afterwards, she heard faintly the roll of the drums that announced the king's presence, and saw a crowd of people approaching the grove of palms. Her heart beat fast. Could her husband be among them? In any case, they must not discover her there, so just bidding the ring prepare some food for them, she ran inside and bound a veil of golden gauze round her head and face. Then taking the child's hand, she went to the door and waited. In a few minutes, the whole procession came up, and she stepped forward and begged them to come in and rest. "Willingly," answered the king. "Go first, and we will follow you." They followed her into a long dark room in which was a table covered with gold cups and baskets filled with dates and cocoa nuts and all kinds of ripe yellow fruits. And the king and the prince sat upon cushions and were served by slaves, while the ministers, among whom she recognized her own brother, stood behind. "Ah, I owe all my misery to him," she said to herself. "From the first he has hated me." But outwardly she showed nothing, and when the king asked her what news there was in the town, she only answered, "You have ridden far. Eat first and drink, for you must be hungry and thirsty, and then I will tell you my news." "You speak sense," answered the king, and silence prevailed for some time longer. Then he said, "Now, lady, I have finished and am refreshed. Therefore tell me who you are and whence you come." She bowed her head and sat down on a big scarlet cushion, drawing her little boy, who was asleep in a corner, onto her knee, and began to tell the story of her life. As her brother listened, he would have left the house and hidden himself in the forest, but it was his duty to wave the fan of peacock feathers over the king's head to keep off the flies, and he knew he would be seized by the royal guards if he tried to desert his post. He must stay where he was. There was no help for it, and lucky for him, the king was too much interested in the tale to notice that the fan had ceased moving, and that flies were dancing right on top of his thick curly hair. The story went on, but the storyteller never once looked at the prince, even through her veil, though he, on his side, never moved his eyes from her. When she reached the part where she had sat weeping in the tree, the king's son could restrain himself no longer. "It is my wife," he cried, springing to where she sat with the sleeping child in her lap. "They have lied to me, and you are not dead after all, nor the boy either. But what has happened? Why did they lie to me, and why did you leave my house where you were safe?" And he turned and looked fiercely at his father. "Let me finish my tale first, and then you will know," answered she, throwing back her veil, and she told how her brother had come to the palace and accused her of being a witch and had tried to persuade the king to slay her. "But he would not do that," she continued softly. "And, after all, if I had stayed on in your house, I should never have met the snake, nor have got my hand back again. So let us forget all about it and be happy once more, for see, our son is growing quite a big boy." "And what shall be done to your brother?" asked the king, who was relieved that someone had acted in this matter worse than himself. "Put him out of the town," answered she.